Good morning, Arnab. So, friends, so we'll start the class soon. So, before that, those who have joined, if you have any issues, queries from the previous class, you can ask. And as you are in the journey of UPSC, you can also share actually how is your journey, in the UPSC preparation. Are you enjoying the process of preparation? What are the challenges that you are facing? Something, a casual conversation for few minutes, and then we will actually start the class. So, Arnab, what is the meaning of Arnab? So, taking professional advice is objectivity. So, Shalu wants to know. Objectivity involves taking the professional advice. Objectivity means taking the decision based on the facts and evidences. So, suppose normally what happens in subjectivity, I don't want any facts and evidences. I just come to some opinion. But in case of objectivity, I just want to know what is truth, and that is based on the rationality, that is facts and evidences. Whenever it is required, I may consult the expert and the professionals and know their side of the opinion also, or their way of understanding a situation. So usually one of the characteristic feature of objectivity is taking the professional or the expert advice whenever it is required. Okay, so please explain the credibility in the public administration. Okay. See, in simple, first, what is credibility and what is trustworthiness or something? Suppose there is a famous milk brand, okay, called Amul is there, okay, right? Amul, you know this. Now, as a common people, we have a trust. We have a trust that okay, the product is actually very good. They will maintain all the safe practices. They will whatever the consumption of these Amul products are healthy, safety, and they're good in quality. So the Amul company has to be trustworthy. What do we mean by trustworthy? Means actually, so they, because the common people are actually having a trust on this company, they should also make sure that they are maintaining all the safety protocols and the standards and everything that is required to be followed, so that they will uh, give the best products to the people. So they are maintaining all the standards that is required to be followed. That is called, they deserve the trust. That is called trustworthy. Okay, so Amul is maintaining the safety products, safety protocols, and everything, that is trustworthy. And what is the common people perception? If more and more common people believe that actually that these Amul products are good quality, healthy, safe, and everything, that means they have a credibility. So credibility is from the perspective of the like visitor audience, or from the common people perspective. What is my opinion about Amul? That shows its credibility. Like for example, if I and most common people, we consider that if we trust that company, that means this company has a credibility. So credibility in the public administration means public administration, the people who are involved in that, our government in general, if they're making better policies, implementing well, they'll make sure that the benefits is reached to the people whom it is supposed to be given. No injustice, proper maintaining of law and order. If everything is followed, the most common people start developing a trust towards this whole organization, and that means they develop a credibility. Common people perception about a particular organization, in this case public administration, and if they consider that this is very good, they are justice, they give us a justice, they maintain the proper law and order, no discrimination, then that means this whole institution has better credibility. Okay, you told I think once actually. So Arnab means ocean. Akula. So an interesting name, Akula. So tell me, where are you from, and what is the meaning of this word Akula? So discrimination, prejudice, bias, Himanshu. In order to know that, we need to go for a topic called attitude. When we discuss attitude, actually, we will get better clarity. In fact, I'll also add stereotypes, prejudice, discrimination, bias, actually. So all this you will get clarity when we discuss the topic attitude. In simple, because you may be still curious to know for a bias and the discrimination, I'll give you an example. Suppose there is a recruitment. So recruitment, the A and B are in the final stage. So they have crossed the different stages, and I need to select one person for some post. There is only one vacancy is there, and I need to select it. So both are doing well, and in the final stage of this preparation, the Mr. B has got high score. High score. But instead, okay, high score, normally that person should have been selected. But suppose I am a person who is in the recruitment is so narrow minded. So though this is a post that is supposed to be given, but I know that actually he belonged to some caste actually, which is considered to be inferior according to the society, which is considered to be a lower caste according to this person who is recruiting. I consider that this from a lower caste and this person is from a higher caste. Higher caste. So though the position that we are supposed to given to the B, I have given it to the A. So this is called as bias, and it is a bias towards the person A. So what is bias? Giving preference to someone, that is in this context I have given to the A, giving preference to someone at the cost of other. This is called bias. And what happened to the case of B? This person denied opportunity to get the job only because it belonged to a particular caste. This can be a discrimination. We are taking away the opportunities from the people just because are based on the caste, region, religion, everything. That's a discrimination. So stereotypes, prejudices, we will understand with the help of attitude that requires background and everything. And in fact, tomorrow we'll be starting attitude so that you will get more clarity. Akula is not my name. My name is Mahesh. Akula is the surname. I am from Telangana. Okay, Akula. So, okay, Mahesh. Okay. Advertising of soaps, fairness creams, or any such product is kind of fooling the viewer. They imprint the mind like some soap would do the magic. Is it ethical? If yes, then why? And if not, actually, why it is not considered as illegal? See, okay, Mahima, that's an interesting question. See, first of all, what is an advertisement? Generally, we are telling that these are the products that we are having to the common people. But any businessman wants their products to be, the product sale to be increased. So they add some masala to that. So that's why we cannot say, that's how they advertise it. The common people has to be, should have common sense, logic, and everything. And they should know soap will do the magic actually. So it may not do the magic, sir. You can try and trial and everything. So there will be some instruction. These are only for representative purpose, or the product may be actually much different from what it looks reality and everything. There'll be some star marks are also given, that we have to be aware of it. And everybody, most people who are in the business, they are selling something. The many coaching industries, we may sell the dreams that okay, if you join our institute you will become IAS, IPS actually. And of course we will give the direction and everything in generally, but it doesn't mean that everybody who joins who will clear it. So everywhere actually you go, you buy, you use our soap so that you will become fair. You use our fragrance or actually whatever deodorant, all the girls will follow you or something. You join our institute, you can go to the foreign. You can join our engineering, you can earn in the lakhs. Can they it really happen? There may 1% of the people it works. There may be, along with so many other factors. Join our film coaching institute and you will become hero. So there will be somebody who has become hero, they will advertise it. So whether everybody joins who will become hero, no. So that's why the people who are using it actually also be to be careful. Everybody is selling the dreams, magics, and everything. There'll be some few star marks and everything also will be there. So in simple, the law has very limited role. So it is the common people who have to be aware of it. So, okay, so hope you got the answer. Satyam want to attend the science and technology class. The class has been cancelled because sir is not feeling well. The science and technology class. Satyam, okay, you got it? Yes, friends, any other doubts you have? So yesterday we have, we have given some homework. Do you remember about it? Did you watch the video related to Prashant Nair? One major video, the TED Talk that you are expected to watch. Along with the two simple videos that you may consider watching is about actually TN session and Salu Marda Timmakka. So Mahima has watched. Okay, that's good. What did you learn from the Prashant Nair? Those who have watched actually, how was your experience? Did you learn anything new that you were not knowing earlier? Spontaneous but momentary, but I think that it should be and instead of but actually. See, why we use the word but actually, it is spontaneous. That is good. Okay, the moment we get, we will get it. But it has a limitation. So it is a negative thing actually. That's why spontaneous but momentary in nature. Why the word but? So we are telling that it's a general nature that is spontaneous. But one negative side of sympathy is actually it is only for that moment. So that's why we are using the word but. It involves care and concern, everything. But it is momentary also in nature. It stays only for a short time or the short term. Okay, that's what we mean. Yesterday I was absent. Why, Prashant ji? So those who have actually gone through this video of Prashant Nair and the TN session, Salumarga Timaka, can you please share your experience? What did you learn from him? Sir, early morning we are, not yet to type. Actually, we are still on, on the bed. Actually, we are yet to woke up and all. No, advisable. It is advisable to, wake up. Make sure that you have an appropriate table and chair, um, and at least some 30 minutes before the class, you should wake up, get ready, and then listen to our classes. It will be very good, especially morning batch. Okay, Prashant had a fever, not the fear. So Mahima says, sir, compassion should be included in our life. When we have the power, we can impact the life of the weaker section of society. I agree with him that we on purpose try to subdue our compassion that is inherent in all of us. Okay, that's very good understanding, Mahima. That's good. Just one or two last comments about these videos that you have watched, and then we'll start today's class. You have to participate. What about others? Have you seen this video or not? There are some few people who said yes, but what about others? Sai Krishna, what happened? Why did you go to hospital? So Prashant is not feeling well. Sai Krishna, what happened to you? So now winter season almost going, so we have to be stronger compared to the winter session. So Arnab sir, I watched Odandurai, Piplantree, Mountain Man, etc. Okay, that's good. Sir, from TN session, it is mainly the moral courage that I learned. Okay, so Sai Krishna had throat infection. Okay, so take care. So get well soon. Okay, very harsh winter. Okay, now it's moving away. So which state you are from, Shan? Okay, so now let's we start today's discussion. So hi, hello, namaste. Welcome to you all for the class of Ethics, Integrity and Aptitude. We are in the discussion of civil service values, and as a part of civil service values, in the previous classes, we understood integrity. We also understood dedication, and a related concept we discussed it as work culture. Then we discussed about impartiality, non-partisanship and objectivity. And then we also discussed about sympathy, empathy and compassion. Let us we go further. And one more important value that you need to have is tolerance. So what is tolerance? If you remember, we have discussed in the initial classes, and also it is an extension of empathy, compassion, everything. So what is tolerance? Tolerance in simple means respecting the differences of opinions. Understand this. So when I say that civil servant should have tolerance, it doesn't mean that you were talking about toleration. It does. So we are not talking about toleration. Toleration is getting adjusted. Like suppose I say I don't like actually people belong to the other religion, but India is considered as secular. I don't have any other option. I get irritated to see people belong to other religion, but somehow I get adjust. So this may be toleration. So it is not about that actually. Okay, so tolerance is not about you are getting adjusted. So tolerance that you have a respect for the differences opinion. So when we say different religion, what does it mean? They have a different opinion about who is God, how to get mukti, how to lead a happy life. The beauty of our society is only diversity. The beauty of society only the diversity people have. We are the people who come from the different caste, region, religion and everything. Still we can live happily. I have some opinion about a God. You have some opinion about the God. Like I may say there is a God. Another person say there is no God. One person say God is actually Rama, Sita, and Rama, Sita, Lakshmana, Hanuman, or something. They have some structure. They are also appear like human beings with some special powers. The other person may say there may be a God. So God is not like human being, no structure, nothing like Nirakara Murti. There is no particular structure. There is a God, there is a structure. Some people say that, and in order to get the mukti actually from this our samsara, that is birth death cycle, we need to come out of it. That is why we should live here, we should follow some duties and principle. We should keep visiting the religious places like Tirumala, Tirupati, Dharmasthala, Madurai, Ayodhya, Gaya, Bodh Gaya, and everything, Varanasi. And we should do some puja, homa, ratha, havanas actually. So only then we'll get blessings from the God. The other person may say that. So there may be a God, but it is not necessary to do all of that. As long as we do our duty properly. Kaya kave kailasa. Work is worship. If we do our work properly, we will get mukti. So here we all have the differences opinion about what is God. In the same way, we all have a difference opinion about 100 issues around us. It's okay to have a differences opinion. How I have a right to believe in my own God and my own version of God, other person has a right to believe in their own version of God. How I have a right to live here in the same way other person also has a right. So this concept, if we really can inculcate within ourselves and if we can able to inculcate in other people, then we can create a peace and harmony. Normally, Hatred, if you observe, why do we hate other people? Can you tell some reasons why do we hate other people? You might be hating somebody, or you observe, you know that these people hate other people. Why do we hate others? Because of the lack of tolerance. In generally, why common people hate? We may not like the way they talk. Correct. Because they're different from others, they have a different opinion, they have a different opinion, so it is wrong. In generally, we should not hate, but somehow we hate the people just because a person, looks different. The person looks different. Their kind of the way they wear the dress may be different, the language they speak actually. So sometimes people saying, actually, I follow this religion, this language, I get irritated to see the people who speak this language. What nonsense language they speak. You have your language and that is good to you follow, and they have their own language. Actually, you are not able to understand or appreciate the beauty of other language, so you are criticizing. What logic in that? So we hate, generally when we say we hate, the common people hate other people just because they look differently, they dress differently, their language is different, so their opinions are different. We hate. It is very wrong to do that. So tolerance means respecting the differences opinion. Tolerance means respecting the diversity of our country. Diversity of our country. In the limited, of course, if we take it further, it is a diversity of the whole world also. It is about why only country. So it is, in simple version, it is country. And if you broaden it together, it is about the whole world. So respecting the diversity, respecting the people who, again, who speak, who looks differently than us, who dress differently, who have a different language, who have different opinion and everything. This beautiful concept is known as tolerance. Now, how the word tolerance is important. Sometimes there can be a situation where intolerance can also be correct. That is, we are not here, intolerance means actually that we are not respecting the differences of opinion. Not respecting the differences opinion. Can you think of a situation where intolerance is also good? When can we not have a difference, where when we should have a intolerance? Related to violence, related to Supreme Court judgment, against the sovereignty of India, criminals, intolerance, untouchability, crime, terror, intention to harm somebody. Okay, correct. So when we should have intolerance, if anybody has some thoughts or actions which is against life and dignity, which is against the life and dignity of the people, then we should have a intolerance. The example that you rightly said, some people may say that, see, untouchability is a part of our culture, and you said that you should have a differences opinion and you should respect it. We consider that actually untouchability is correct. So then no, we can have a intolerance because it is affecting the dignity of the individual, the respect of the individual. Just because somebody is born in a particular caste, we are not allowing them to enter into the public places, which is against the dignity. And somebody says child marriage is correct, it is our tradition and we follow the child marriage. No, the 21st century believes that, or we have the well established opinion that the child marriage is negative to a woman, and it will definitely has many physical and health consequences. The level of maturity, it decreases her education opportunities, skill development opportunities, and employment opportunities. That is why it is considered to be the wrong, and that's why we can also no need to have the tolerance towards these things. Human sacrifices. So any of such practices that is being followed, if it is against the life and dignity, then we should have intolerance. So when we have intolerance, that doesn't mean that if somebody who are actually following this, we go and them attack them. If child marriage is happening, we go and attack on their parents and everything. There is a professional way to deal. If there is, that there is some child marriage is happening, there are child helpline members, helplines are available. As a citizen, you call them and they will take appropriate action. They will take appropriate action. So if we see that something is wrong happening, it is not advisable to take the law into our own hand, and there's a different ways to deal. So one more homework after the class, please, you have to do this. Please go to YouTube. Not now, just note down here, there is something called Kidu Paka. Note down this name, Kidu Paka. If you type this, you will get one video. Okay, it is in Telugu, so BBC Telugu. You will get one video, but just understand this. Actually, I will explain to you. If for a reference, you may consider watching this Kidupaka video later. Now, what is this actually? Kidupaka are the name of the huts. It is a practice. Kidupaka is also, there are some tribal people who live in the East Godavari district. East Godavari district of Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, in that there is one district called East Godavari, and in that there are tribal people actually, where they considers that women in the menstrual period, women who is experiencing her menstrual period are impure. They're impure. So apashakun. So they also believe that the other people should not even see the woman who is actually when she is experiencing the menstrual period, or after the 2 months of the delivery. So after giving birth to the next generation, the delivery happen around 2 months. We should not see her. So that's how the belief. So do we have to have tolerance even towards these kind of structure, opinions? No, not necessarily. So because they consider them as impure and they consider them as an apashakun, there are, suppose if this is a village, this is a village, outside this village some huts are made, and these huts are called as Kidupaka. So the name of huts are actually called as Kidupaka. So these people are supposed to go and stay outside actually. So stay outside these huts, outside the villages. In these huts, they are known as the Kidupaka. Now that does mean that actually we go and arrest the people, actually whoever is elder practicing this, actually? No, it may not work. So do we have to have tolerance? No. Do we have to respect this practice or culture? No. You are discriminating a woman just because she experiences menstrual period or she has given birth to the next actually generation, and you consider them as impure. It is correct? No, not at all. But how do we deal? Or how we should not deal? Like, you just go attack them, arrest all the people who are doing that. It may not work. So what the local administration have done, so when they speak to these actually people who stay in these Kidupakas, so these Kidupakas are there outside the villages. If this is a village actually, so this is a village. You can see those huts and everything when you watch this video. So huts, these huts are located here. So these huts are called Kidupaka. When they spoke to them, they told that actually we are living in these huts, but the biggest problem is actually, so with our night time, there may be some snakes which can come, scorpions can come. We are not able to sleep peacefully. See, normally as a human instinct, when you know that when you are not safe, actually, of course, definitely you cannot sleep. So, and also sometimes when there is a heavy rainfall and all, the water will actually, drizzling, and it keep coming down inside this hut, so we cannot sleep properly. So the local administration, what they have done, they have constructed a proper buildings here. They have constructed a proper buildings actually. So the building has come outside the village. So they told that these women, whoever is experienced our problem with the snakes, the scorpions and everything, they can come and stay in the building. So no need to worry, it is a well secured, actually it is a safe place is created. safe places are created so that they will come and stay. Now, after this initiation was taken, there were few people who felt it is good, but there are few women association also went against this construction of building. They wanted this building to be demolished. Why? Because you think about it. So now you tell me the government has constructed with these buildings outside the village for those women actually who are staying in the huts. Is it a right step or any other better step that you would have suggested? They think women as apashakun. Yes. Sometimes the situation become like that. We need to take action. You need to take action, but which action you take? It is not a violent action that is required. So you need to take action, but not slapping them, beating them, that this everything. That should not be done, Madhur. There is no need to demolish those buildings, but the practice of such kidupaka should be banned. Assimilation of women in the mainstream. So initially it is the right step, long process, but we can change the thought processes. Yes. So whether it is okay to build actually, yes. Do we have to demolish as rightly suggested? No, we no need to demolish this actually. And this is a practice which has been coming from many years. We cannot solve it in one day. We cannot solve the problem in one day. So slowly and gradually, first we have provided a safe places to women, and these women anyhow they are staying actually for 3 days, 5 days, and after the delivery actually 2 3 months and all. This also should be converted into learning center. So where we give awareness about actually the women empowerment, bank opening the bank accounts and other things that is required for them. So learning center, and slowly gradually by giving appropriate education to them and skills to them, and even if that so they can start working on that employment, it can also be converted into empowerment center. A safe places started with that, then it will become a learning center, then it will become empowerment center, so that women themselves should feel that it is wrong and we want to overcome this problem and let the problem be solved within them rather than outside influence. There is a also called concept called tribal punchil, where our Jawaharlal Nehru believes that rather than outside influence, we people we look at something and want to change them. Let the change come from within the community, within the society. The women should change actually their problem. So in this process, the creation of safe places as a temporary measure is one of the good step. So please watch that video. If you just type kidupaka in YouTube, you will get this, and then you can develop this. Okay. So know this example, this can be a case study or this can be used as an example. So this is what the tolerance, and even if you have intolerance, how to deal. Let us see what is there in your material. So Shweta says people won't change in a day. So until the people are convinced, educated about it, to the woman will be safe in that building. Yes, Shweta, you are right. Raghav, it should says it should be a temporary measure with rising awareness. Correct. It is momentarily solution. The old tradition cannot be destroyed in a single action. Yes, you are right, Mahima. There is no need to demolish those buildings. It should be banned, but these buildings might be used for the women empowerment instead. Awareness camp to the people for women empowerment is that is the problem, that is just can just give them the space in their home itself. But sir, I think even it is a problem, I still think women should have the rest during that period. Now yes. Okay. So whether as we say, actually, what may be this actually so much of discrimination and everything has come actually, is there is any logic that is for, in generally also in some families, are in the olden times, or in some families even today it is practiced when the woman during her menstrual period, this 2 to 3 days or even 3 to 5 days in the menstrual period and around 2 months after the delivery. Usually, she was even at a home, she was not supposed to go to the kitchen or puja room, and many activities are restricted to her. In fact, there is some benefit also for her so that she will get a time to take rest. At home only you can take rest. Earlier she, if she's working means every day from morning to evening you have to do so many works, actually taking care of kids and going to the kitchen and doing the work, going to puja room and doing the work, and going outside and doing the work actually. And during those periods after the delivery and menstrual period, there are so many physical psychological changes are happening. In generally also it is, she requires rest. If we tell that you can go, some women are programmed, or they will say that no matter how difficult, I will do that. But when you say that you cannot enter, only what will happen? They take rest. The 25 days in a month that woman is serving and helping other family members, and it is an opportunity for other family members to take care of her in the 3 to 5 days. That is why this may be created. So in one way it is good, as at least staying at a home separately that time. But you are telling that you have to go and stay outside the village and all, that may be subjective. Or they might have thought actually, when the different women, right, if you stay at home actually you maybe feel bored. When there are many people who are in the similar situation, you may get opportunity to talk to them, spend some good time and everything. Maybe whatever, there may be a good intention, but the way it is executed is definitely not correct. Yes, says in, but hope you understood this actually. We can think this in a positive way, but not letting them to stay outside the home. Okay, correct. That may be the possible reason why women during the menstrual age they are not allowed to enter into the Shabarimala temple. Why? Because the earlier the path, actually the way that we are reaching the Ayyappa Swami temple was so difficult. They have to travel across the forest and all. Many people used to go by walk. It takes some 10 days, 15 days, 20 days for many people based on the origin place until you reach the destination. So during that journey, where some women who are coming, they also may get their periods, and if they get their periods, we cannot stop her, leave her, and go. Or she is facing so much of difficulties and making that journey difficult. It also makes other people's journey difficult, and maybe by considering all of that, they might have told actually that women during this age should not enter into Shabarimala temple. But normally, what happens? Suppose when you are a kid and we tell that actually you have to eat. Arey, you have to eat. It is good to health. The kids cannot understand. We'll tell that if you do not eat, there is some buchodu or some man, actually a devil-like element. He will come and take away. So we are creating fear, but we are telling some lies that somebody will come, that uncle will come and take away if you do not eat. So that is a lie. But our intention is that the child has to eat some good food, and we cannot explain to that child actually what is the logic why you should eat the food. Then we'll tell something that child can understand. So that's why many traditions are super. Or maybe definitely they have taught many tradition. I'm not using the word all. Many traditions are good. They're made with the right intention, but sometimes they have not told the logic. And sometimes they may be relevant at that time. With the changes in socio-economic and technological condition, they may not be relevant today. That's all. In Brahmin caste, even today, women are made to sit aside within the houses during this time. Yes, but again, though in some families it is practiced, in some family it may not be practiced. But this may be the positive intention. So let that girl or a woman decide how she wants to live. Can we write positive, negative, actually opinion? Yes, you can write both. Though it depends on the question, 99% of the times you have an option to write or present both the sides of the case. Okay, friends, once you know this tolerance, let us see what is there in our material. The tolerance is the positive and cordial effort to understand others' beliefs, practices, and habits, not necessarily accepting them. It is very important. The tolerance is not necessarily accepting them. What does it mean? Suppose I say that there is a God, other person is saying that there is no God. It is not compulsory or necessary for me to accept the other person's opinion, but I can respect it. How I have a right to believe in God, other person has a right not to believe in the God. How I have considers that farmers are the backbone of our country and we should do farming. The other person can think that I want to go to a different country and earn this money. Actually, that is also correct. It is respecting the diversity of our culture. It is accepting the fact we are not accepting their any particular opinions, but we have one fact we are accepting, that because it is a fact. Human beings are naturally diverse in their appearances, speech, behaviors, and values, and they have right to live in peace and to be as they are. Human beings means different in the way they dress, in the way they think, whatever they consider as important, how they want to live, and they have the right to live as they are and in a peace. Because even I have a right to live, and other person also has a right to live. And it is that, suppose if I like Bhagavad Gita, I can read Bhagavad Gita, I can practice the things which are mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, I can also preach others. So of course, based on the role that you are playing as a religious preacher or a person who is a saint or something, for the people who are ready to listen, I can also preach what is there in Bhagavad Gita. Other person can actually, like somebody can preach Quran, Bible, everything. So telling what is there in Bhagavad Gita is not a wrong, but imposing somebody that you have to read or you have to follow any of these particular, whether Quran, Bible, Bhagavad Gita, or anything, imposing that or forcefully making the person to read or speak some shlokas or following actually or something, making that, compelling that person to follow, then it is wrong. We should not impose our views on the other people. We can explain, we can definitely follow. It is about having the fair and objective attitude towards those whose lifestyle differs from yours. So I have some lifestyle, other person has another lifestyle. We treat them with fairness, that is justice, and take the decision based on the facts and evidences. Like in a recruitment, whether that person is belongs to my lifestyle or other lifestyle, whether that person is suitable to this job or not, only those facts are considered. It is very important in this diverse country, especially after globalization. Now we live in a globalized world. We go to the different countries, and people across the different countries are from different countries. They also come to India. So the diversity has increased. And that's why the importance of tolerance also. So without tolerance and harmony, the lasting peace of the societies cannot be established or maintained. If we want to live as a society who belong to the different caste, religion, everything, we need to have the tolerance. Many times, suppose we just hear from somebody actually and come to some opinion. So the first step towards the tolerance is respect. The first step towards the respect is knowledge. So finally we should know. Some we may criticize, this religion is promoting terrorism, this religion is full of superstitious beliefs. So but have we really read those scriptures, what they say, what may be the possible intention, what is the context in which this religion is created? The more and more we know about it, actually we develop a respect, and that respect lead to the tolerance, or the knowledge lead to the respect actually, and this respect is only the tolerance. Normally it's said, okay, so for example, jihad, do you know what is jihad is? You might have heard about jihad. So what is jihad? So holy war, love jihad. Jihad means not love jihad. Okay, so some extremism or extremism, battle for religion. Um, so Hindu person marrying the Muslim girl, Hindu boy marrying a Muslim girl is not jihad. Okay, jihad is not ready for war. Okay, so there are different interpretation of jihad actually. In other words, jihad means victory. So what is victory? So that is mentioned, but what is the victory? It is interpreted in a different way. So one jihad is actually, as a human being, there are so many evil elements are there within us. There are so, like, the greedy, jealousy, hatredness, and everything. As an individual, we need to we have a victory over the evil elements present within us. Developing a self control is also a kind of jihad. So in order to establish a good in the society, sometimes we may need to fight against the evil elements in the which are present in the society. That is a jihad. So, but sometimes it is wrongly interpreted, like it to tell who is good and who is the evil elements and who need to establish, who need to be destroyed or something. That is the wrong interpretation, is wrong. But religion as a concept, want any religion, we are not talking about any one particular religion, any religion that is created usually in the interest of the people, for the welfare of the people, to face the difficulties that they have come across, and to live in a peace and harmony only. Sometimes some of the points which are mentioned in the religion, which changes in the context, the meaning may changes, or it may become irrelevant, it may become outdated, as we see. The highest result of education is the tolerance. The more and more we get educated, we start developing the respect towards the different opinion. Unfortunately, the more and more some people, the more and more education they are getting, they are also becoming intolerant. The more and more we know, we realize how little and little we understand. Okay, whatever I consider as a truth, only truth to me, other person can have a different truth actually. So then we start respecting it. So one of the important quality that is required is tolerance. Any doubts before we go ahead? Okay, let's we go ahead. So once again, you have the time here. So please think about this. There is a statement that is given to you. Think about this statement for 2 minutes. And then present it. Actually, we are keeping these comments open to the public, so others can also see your comments. So please go through this and try to select or create at least 4 sentences related to this question. Sir, all the points do we need to learn? All the points you need to understand, surely. And once you understand, you know how to create, or you will learn how to create the answer. If an Hindu boy marry Muslim girl, then it is known as marriage. Then it is called marriage. That's all. See how to create 150 words. You can just mention here 1 or 2 sentences. Once you think about the meaning, examples. Good. Others also you can think more points, examples. Good. So good participation. You can see many students are answering. That's very interesting to know. Once you have posted your answer, please just have a glance at others' answers also. Good, good. Last few seconds. Last few seconds. Okay. Now listen to me. Thank you. See, now as you can see, if you have observed the others' answer also, here I cannot say that any answer is wrong. So all answers are correct. All the biggest challenge is actually in the 7 minutes that you will get an average, because you have to answer for the 250 marks and you will get 180 minutes. So should be able to answer a 10 marks question within the 7 minutes. And you are seeing this statement for the first time, you should be able to read, understand, and then create the answer. Like one student was asking, sir, do we have to remember all the content? You have to understand the content. When you see the question, you need to create it so that your mind will recollect. So all the duty that you have to do is understanding. Now we study empathy, sympathy, compassion, tolerance. UPSC may not ask, write a note on compassion and tolerance. They will give you a statement and or some other context. We need to understand what is those values which are hidden here. Okay. Now let us we understand the quote or a statement by Swami Vivekananda. So here first, this condemn none. Condemn means criticizing somebody or high criticism. Normally, why do we have a why do we criticize other people? Because they are following some different path. They are wearing different kinds of dress. They have some differences of opinion. That's why we criticize them. Why with the criticizing that nobody, you should not criticize others, that talks about the importance of tolerance. If you can stretch out a helping hand, do so. If it is possible to help, actually do so. And this helping is known as compassion. So in simple, if you want to write an answer for this question, the Swami Vivekananda highlight the importance of tolerance and compassion in the above statement and write what is tolerance, and why do we need a tolerance, and give examples. And tell what is compassion, why do we need compassion, and what is examples. That's all. Then how to inculcate, that should be your conclusion. Your answer is over. One way to write this is actually, so the above statement of Swami Vivekananda highlight the importance of tolerance and compassion, then write actually what is tolerance, why do we need a tolerance, and examples related to this, and the compassion also same way. That is also correct. So that is one easiest method, you can do that. Now, because they are asking, what does this quotation mean to you? For me, it is about this statement, highlight the importance of compassion and tolerance. Our tolerance and compassion, we can write it. but I'll just make it a different way of presenting the answer. So now, whenever a statement is given, it doesn't mean that you are agreeing to that 100%. Now, let me take it. Now, focus here. So, condemn none. The above statement or this part of the statement focuses or highlight the importance of tolerance. We should not criticize the people just because they have a difference of opinion, because it is very natural to be different. It is natural that people are different in their opinion, thought process, and everything. But here it says condemn none. Now we can question, is really none is correct? No. So it is not necessary always correct. We can have an intolerance or we can condemn. We can use the same word. We can condemn. So that means we can criticize whom? Those people who are encouraging the superstitious beliefs. Those people who practices untouchability, human sacrifices, child marriage, etc. So we can analyze each part of the statement also. One is condemn none. Normally, just because the people have a different opinion, we should not criticize. It is natural to be different. But when any thought of a person or an action of an individual, if it is against the life and dignity of the people, if you remember that we have discussed in the tolerance, then we can criticize. That is first part. And in the second part, actually, helping hand. If you can help out a stretching hand, do so. So we are all born as a human being. There's one famous statement. If you are observing the previous year question, life is a long journey from human being to being humane. Life is a long journey from human being to being humane. We, as when we at the time of our birth only, we are homo sapiens. We are the human beings which are different from animals. We are able to stand on 2 feet. Everything is fine. We are born as human being, but we have to start thinking beyond ourselves and beyond our family. Then we develop a concern for other section of society. Then we will become humane. So the human beings with ethical values, in simple, the extra e that refers to the being humane. So we should do so. Like you can give example. For example, Baba Amte has done this. So whatever you know about Baba Amte, you can write it. So he is the person who worked for the people who are suffering from leprosy. That is a helping hand. You can do that. Or give the example of Mother Teresa or Sudhamurti or any other example that we have discussed. This is first part. If not, fold your hands. Just for your understanding, what is this? Fold your hands and bless your brothers. If not, so maybe we have a limitation of our knowledge. If you want to help others, we need knowledge and resources. Because of some various reason, we may have a limitation of resources. So we can't help them. So there are many people who are facing the problem, but I may have a limited resources, knowledge, money and other things. So we may not help actually. But we can bless our brothers and allow them to go on their own way. So now, for example, bless your brothers means appreciating the people who are doing good. Appreciate the people who are doing good. Appreciate the people who are doing good. There may be other people who are doing good, actually contributing to the society and everything. Appreciate them. Let them go on their own way. What here is Swami Vivekananda is telling that, see, sometimes people want to walk in a path that is different from us. Like I follow A religion, other person want to follow B religion. I am pursuing a career as a teacher. Another person may want to become engineer, doctor, lawyer, everything. So I consider, suppose as Mr. Ramesh consider money is important, for other person, money may not be so much important. So it is different. So whenever people have a different opinion, we should allow them to go on their own way. When they go on their own way, two things will happen. One is they will achieve the success. So earlier it is considered that we should not cross ocean only. Crossing the ocean is a sin. But the few people said that we'll go across the ocean. So people were able to cross the ocean and they are able to achieve the success. Women were told not to go to the college, school and all. So many women were able to go and they achieved the success. Sometimes when the people follow some path, they may not get whatever they want to, but they will still learn from that experience and this learning lead to the wisdom. This learning lead to the wisdom. So both are good only. That is why we should allow them to go on their own way. In simple, under condemn none, for the part actually condemn none, you talk about tolerance that we have discussed. And for helping hand, talk about compassion. And then you will explain the second part. Sometimes because of the lack of limitation of resources we can't help, then we appreciate the people who are doing good, and then we can identify the people who are doing good and appreciate them, and we should allow them to go on their own way. When they go on their own way, either they achieve the success or they will get wisdom. Both are good actually. This is how we could have written the answer for this. So, if I'm writing the answer, so the above statement of Swami Vivekananda highlight the importance of compassion and tolerance. That is my introduction. In the body of the answer, I would have explained the tolerance, compassion, and then the wisdom part. So, three parts I would have divided. And finally, so by following these actually values, these values will all lead to the, by if we follow the values as suggested by Swami Vivekananda, it lead to the individual happiness. It also brings social harmony. How? Why individual happiness? If possible to help, I am helping. So my self-respect is increasing. I am not criticizing others. So I am just allowing them to go on their own way. So that is individual happiness, because okay, I was able to help others. I increases the self-respect. Why social harmony? People are in a different thought processes, and they all go their own way. If possible, I will help them. If not possible, I do not criticize them. So that also lead to social harmony. This can be the conclusion. So any doubts about this question? Are we clear? Shweta, what is second part? See now, what is this part? The first part is clear. Second part, if not, fold your hands. So because I am not able to help actually, then I should not even feel guilty. Also, I am not able to help. It's okay. No, we may have lesser resources, so we will not help. Then we will identify the people who are doing good and bless your brothers, bless your brothers. Let the things go well. I appreciate them that you are doing a good work or something. While some people want to follow the different path, let them go on their own way. Helping hand, okay, helping hand. If you can stretch out a helping hand, do so. So if it is possible to help other people, help. That's all. If you can stretch out a helping hand, so somebody is in a problem, if you can stretch out a helping hand, in simple means, if it is possible for you to help others, help others. That's all. Sir, while concluding, can't we write, if brothers go to the wrong way, we will check them. But what is right and wrong in only not sure, brother. That is the biggest brother problem, brother. So that's why sometimes what earlier, when the first time women told that I will go to the school and colleges, people find it wrong. Are being a girl, you are thinking that you are going to college. Attack honor, actually, people told. In fact, when Raja Ram Mohan Rai told that sati is wrong and we need to stop it, there are many people unhappy and they consider Raja Ram Mohan Rai is wrong. Among the people who are very unhappy and dissatisfied with Raja Ram Mohan Rai was his own mother. So many times, that's why we should allow them to go on their own way. If it is legally wrong, then we can take appropriate, actually, we can inform the authorities. Other cases, actually, that is their choice. The whole sentence means condemn none. How? Whole sentence means not condemn none. Condemn none means condemn none. That's all. Or like, if you want to understand, like, because we should not criticize anybody, because if you possible help other people. So There are people who it is possible, they will help. There are people who it is not possible, they don't help. So those who are doing good will appreciate. Those people who want to follow in a different path, actually, um, you are allowing them to go on their own way. So there is, nobody is a minus, so you no need to condemn anybody. So why that, why we should not cut those people who are helping, let them do. Those who can't help, that is also okay. Those who want to actually follow a path, that is fine. Somebody want to follow path B, that is also correct. That is why it is a, you are no need to criticize anybody. In body, we can write the limitation of our other perspective of condemn none. Okay, yes. Now, once again, we have another statement. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar wants to promote widow remarriage. Yes, Mamta Reddy. So when again there was many so opposition maybe that he was facing, so we should allow them to go on their own way. So there is one more question you have. Once again, there is a 2 minutes time that is given to you. Think about this question and then present your opinion. After 2 minutes or 2 to 3 minutes, we'll discuss the answer. Do you agree or not? If agree or not, why you agree or why you don't agree? Now, only for some more time, we are making it public view. So please answer only related to this question. So Konatham, please post your comment again. If you have a copy paste of that or something, or if you can, so that others also can see your statement. Konatham. Try to understand. When you present in different words, we can know that you are understanding. Good. Once you have posted, please observe others' answers. A good point highlighted by Prashik. Observe his statements. Last 30 seconds. Okay, friends, listen to me. So we can't see our image in a boiling water. It is just like that. We can't think consciously in the state of anger and hatredness. Normally, in a normal water, actually cool and calm water, we can see image. We are consciously, normally, like how I can see how I'm looking in the normal water. Even a boiling water, we can't see properly. Actually, in the same way, when we are cool and calm, we can know that we am conscious about who am I, what I'm doing, and everything. But when we develop an anger, actually, so our we are not sure of actually what we are doing. That's why it is rightly said, anger is just one letter less than danger. If you add d to anger, it will become danger. Okay, now how to deal with this, let us we see here. Focus here for some time, and then if you have any doubt, I'm very happy to answer. So now hatred means intense dislike for somebody or something. Intense dislike is a destructive of person's wisdom and conscience. So now, according to this statement, if we have an hatredness, it will destroy our wisdom, it will destroy our conscience, and that means it is a problematic at the individual level. And this person whose wisdom is destroyed and conscience is destroyed, and that person can poison the nation's spirit, or that will lead to the nation's spirit. And do you agree with this? You justify your answer. So now we need to create a content for 150 words. So what we can do is actually we can divide this into three parts. We can divide this into three parts. So one is hatredness. So one, it is affecting the wisdom. Second is how it has an impact on the conscience. And third one, that is a impact on the nation's spirit. Nation's spirit. So what is wisdom? Wisdom is ability to take right decision based on the knowledge and experience. This is called wisdom. When I developed hatredness towards other person, so if we develop hatredness to other person, what happens actually? We do not think logically. We do not think about consequences. Any person who is actually with wisdom, with a sound mind, the person want to take a decision, they think about logically, okay, if I do this, what can happen? So this person is actually creating problem, I will go and slap, or I'll just go and kill that person. Actually, if I kill, actually, will the law and order keeping quiet? I will also go to jail, actually. But when you develop so much of hatred, you are not thinking about logically, you are not even thinking about consequences. What will happen? I don't care, I just want to do something. So that is called distraction of wisdom. You can give the example of Hitler. He was a person with wisdom, knowledge, intelligence, and everything. That's why he was able to rise to the top position. But he has so much of hatredness about the Jewish community that has destroyed the people belong to the few people who are belong to the Jewish community. That is finally destroyed himself also. You can give the example of Duryodhana and his hatredness towards Pandavas. What is conscience? Conscience is the inner sense of right or wrong. Inner sense of right or wrong. It is called as inner light, or it is called as inner constitution. It will guide us what is right and what is wrong. That's what conscience does. But when we develop hatredness towards other people, we lose empathy. That means we are not ready to understand other people from their perspective. Suppose somehow we developed hatredness, you see, only whatever I say that is correct, I'm not even ready to understand the other person from their perspective. We lose tolerance. We are not understanding them from their perspective, we are not respecting their opinion. That is called as a destruction of conscience. That is led to the destruction of conscience. So there were many incidents where people destroyed their incidents, and it lead to the conflicts. You can give any examples. For example, one example that I want to quote is actually like Dhadri incident. After the class, if you just type Dhadri incident in YouTube, you will get a video related to this. So Dhadri, it is one of the village in UP where the Hindus and Muslims are living in a peace and harmony. So they're living together actually. So Hindus and Muslims in this village, they were living happily. So one day it was observed that one person called Muhammad Iqlaq, he was actually some some cutting some animal and preparing the meat. Some of the people who belong to one another community, like Hindu community in this context, felt that he was slaughtering the cow, and they developed hatredness. So they went to the temple and announced that one person in our village is slaughtering the cow, we should all unite and fight against it. So it was night 10 o'clock. There are people who are, the 10-15 members who have come from another community. They've attacked on the family of Muhammad Iqlaq, and his son was also severely injured. This person was killed, and these people were arrested. So how can, like, we are living in a same village, you go and kill another person? Anybody who has a conscience cannot kill the another person. But these people who destroyed their conscience, they go and attack and kill the people belong to the another community. The nation's spirit. The nation spirit means the feeling of oneness. Though we are all belong to the different caste, region, religion, we are all Indians. That feeling is spirit of nation spirit. The feeling that justice, no matter which caste region you belong to, you have to get justice. The concept that equality of opportunities, everybody should have equality of opportunities. No, when all Indians should have this equality of opportunities. This feeling is known as the nation's spirit. But when the hatredness develop, it lead to the division. We will have having a division based on the caste, region, and the religion, etc. And this led to the conflicts. Like for example, 1984 anti-Sikh riots. Once again, hope the history is completed for you. The post-independence India, otherwise you will learn. 1984 anti-Sikh riots, where actually we as in Indians actually are there also. There group of people who attacked the another group, especially belong to the people who are belong to the Sikh community. In 1984, there is an assassination of Indira Gandhi ji. The two people who are from Sikh community, they have attacked and killed her. Normally, we need to identify them and arrest them, or the people who supported these people, we need to take appropriate action. But a hatredness developed against that whole community, and there was an attack on them, harassment to the people. So that is one example where we had divided the people based on the region, and that is affected the nation's spirit. So we can see that here, when that is the meaning of this statement, hatredness is a destruction of person's wisdom and conscience that can poison a nation's spirit. Do you agree with this? You justify your answer. These are all the points that you can use it. This is one side of the story. But whenever they ask, do you agree? There is a possibility for not agreeing also. The hatredness, when you focus it on the people, it is wrong. It is destructive. But when you focus your hatredness on the problem, it may be constructive. Kailash Satyarthi, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, child rights activist, says that all of my best ideas are born out of my anger and hatredness towards the child exploitation. So normally when we hate something, we want to destroy them. When we hate people, we want to destroy them. So don't hate people, hate the problem. So he has hatredness towards the child exploitation. And when we hatred towards a problem, what do we want to do? We want to destroy the problem itself. So you should not hate child laborers. You should hate the concept of child labor. You may not hate the, of course, Naxalites. You can hate Naxalism. So in this way, you need to focus actually on the problem, then it may be constructive. When you focus on the evil, so when you start focusing your hatredness on the evils which are present in the society, like for example, child exploitation, Naxalism, casteism, etc. You want to eliminate this actually, then it can be constructive. So this is whenever they ask this question, actually, do you agree with this? You, if I'm writing the answer, I will take a stand in the introduction itself. When we focus hatredness on the people, it is a destruction. But when the same hatredness is focused on the problem, it can be constructive. This is my introduction, and then I will, in the body of the answer, I'll talk about how hatredness on the people can, affect wisdom, conscience, nation spirit, and everything. But towards the conclusion, I will write it actually. When the same hatredness, when it is focused on the problems, it can be constructive. Like we should focus our hatredness or anger on the issues like child exploitation, Naxalism, casteism, etc. So the solution is actually, we should know that actually focusing on the people is wrong, because an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Blood for blood makes the whole world as a graveyard. So we should all want to live in a peace and harmony. That's why we should take a decision to follow the golden rule of ethics. And what is it? We should treat others the way we want to be treated. That can be the answer. Now, tell me any doubt. So once again, there is no model answer for this question, because same questions may not come. But if you see how do we create it, most of the contents are taken from the previous discussions only. Any doubts before we go ahead? Critics of nation can spoil the nation's spirit. See, critics of nation, if India as a country, we are doing something wrong, we can highlight it. There is nothing wrong actually. But you should not divide the people based on the caste, region, religion. As a country, we are doing something wrong, then we can highlight that, okay, this decision of this government is not correct. So though the you may consider converting this into 150 word answer and see whether it is possible or not. So shall we go ahead? Sir, how do we able to make these points in 2 minutes? That is come by practice, that's all. These are finally all these statements are there, it happens in your mind actually, and with more practice you can do it actually on the paper. While writing the answer, can we write in the section you mentioned below? We can write in a paragraph rather than writing in a table format. Convert this into a paragraph, this into a paragraph, this into a paragraph. Kailash Satyarthi can be example for compassion and dedication also. Yes, you are right, Shwetaji. Now we are going with a new topic called aptitude. As we come to the aptitude, actually, we'll start this. So to make somebody who is actually active, to make the participants active, ask some interesting question related to, like, we are discussing in this session mathematics or logic related funny question. We should have a simple answer, but questions is tricky. Something like that, just for one or two questions, then we'll go ahead. So that you are ready to listen to this topic called aptitude. If anybody has a collection or list of this, some very tough question, but it should have an easy answer, funny answer, some tricky answer. Is somebody come up with no? Okay, we'll take one question now. What is the half of 2 plus 2? That's a subjective question based on how do we write it actually. So half of 2 plus 2. So that depends upon how do we write it actually. So normally suppose a 2 plus 2, if we write that, will 2 plus 2 become 4 and half is 2. But actually half of 2, if we consider according to the board mass rule, so there is a 2 is there, and the half of 2 is actually what? 1, and then plus 2 is there, so it can become 3 also. So normally, if based on the way we write actually, it can become half of 2 plus 2. That's the question. So it is normally half of 2 first we need to do, that is 1, and then plus 2, the answer is 3. Okay. The sun asked the moon how to be cooled. What is the answer of the moon? Okay, so one statement is actually, the sun asked the moon, sun is asking the moon how to get cooled. And what is the moon says? Chitturi says because it is away from the sun. Sometimes question may look simple, but after knowing the answer, it looks very interesting. By going in a black hole, according to the Sushmit. Sushmit. Yes, Konatam, what is the answer? The sun asked the moon how to be cooled, and what is the answer? Do not heat and light. Applied Hermicol. Okay. Yes, Konatam, are you there? What is the answer? No friendship with me is the answer, it seems. So, laugh those who wants to laugh. Okay, the last question. What one can catch that is not thrown? What can one catch that is not thrown? That is the question of Thazin. So cold, I think, yeah, that's the, is it the right answer, Thazin? We can catch cold without somebody throwing it. Yes. So let's we go ahead. What is that last question? Prashant wants to know, what are the two keys that can't open the door? There are two keys, KES, that cannot open the door. And that cannot open any door. Donkey and monkey. So the answer is donkey and monkey. Okay, so I hope it is the right answer. Okay, just for fun, let's we go. These are the two keys that cannot open any doors. They can also open. Donkey can open the door. No, suppose if it is closed, it can go through head. It can open the door. Monkeys also very there. They also can open the door if it is not so tight. I think. So that Madhur, we'll take that question forward later. So, Prashant, what do you have any other different answer, Prashant? So, like Ganesh wants to know, hockey. Hockey is a key that cannot open the door. Just for a few seconds, recall everything that you remember about aptitude. If you remember on the day one of our discussion, we discussed something about aptitude. Please recall in your mind everything that you ever know about the word aptitude. Good. Go ahead. Just try to recall. Good. Now listen to me for a few minutes, and that is another 15 to 20 minutes. And if you have any doubt, once again you keep it. Once I have discussed actually everything, then very happy to take your doubts. So aptitude. The word aptitude has come from the Latin word aptus. So keep writing, keep understanding. The literal meaning of the word aptitude is fit for or suitable. Fit for or suitable. What is aptitude? Aptitude is the natural ability to do a particular work. So, this natural ability, we are calling this ability as natural ability because it is something that comes to us through us by birth. It is present in the genes and it is coming through the previous generation into us, and it will go to the next generation from us, provided we give birth to the next generation. So, this natural ability is also called as the word talent. To do a particular work, we observe many plants, animals, and birds and everything. They have the special natural abilities to do some works. For example, monkey can easily climb a tree. They have a natural ability to climb a tree. All that needs to identify that it can climb a tree. Being in a group, it can learn. Initially it has to do some practice, but it will become easier for. Like the fishes has a natural ability for swimming. All that it has to do is to identify, their program. Birds have a natural ability to fly. So all these are the natural abilities. In the same way, we as a human beings also have natural abilities. We have a natural ability to speak, communicate well, to learn the languages, to understand who are we, to get what is happening inside our mind, body, and everything, to understand other people from their perspective. That is empathy. We are programmed to do that. All that we need to do is to spend some time on. This is called aptitude. Aptitude means it is the natural ability to learn a particular skill through the appropriate training. Now you see there are many corporate companies are there, and of course there are any usually many companies, there are private companies are there. They want to hire the candidates, those people who have some sufficient skills so that they can do the job. But many people do not have the skills. There are so many skills are required, related to coding and everything, but many people do not have the skill. So what they say, we will hire them and give the training because you don't have a skill. We will hire you, and మన కర్మ మనం ఏం చేయాలి, మీకు లేదు కాబట్టి మనమే ట్రైనింగ్ ఇస్తాం. So we, no matter, like, because you don't have a problem, we will only train you. But just because suppose 100 people are ready to do the work, and if we give the training, one person was able to observe what is being taught in the training, imagine, then we have wasted resources on the 99 people. So corporate company, we have given training to 100 people, but finally only one person was able to clear this. Actually, we need to stop this. So they told that, sir, even to observe what is being taught in the training program, some talent should be there, sir. All the people are not having a talent. So that's why we will conduct some aptitude test only. Those who want to do our job, we will conduct some test actually, which has some mathematical abilities, reasoning and everything. Whoever is able to clear this, that normally shows that if we give the training to them, there is a high chances that they will learn the different skill. And that is why they conduct some test, and which is known as an aptitude test. Sometimes, see, when you go to a company interview, they say, sir, first there'll be a aptitude test, and madam, after the aptitude test, there'll be a personal round actually interview with HR and our other people. So this aptitude test is to know that we are ready to give you the training, but after the training, do you have the ability to learn? Or during the training, do you have the ability to observe what is being taught to you? That is known as an aptitude. So it is a natural ability to learn a particular skill through the appropriate training. We are ready to give the training, but after the training, are we sure that you are going to learn the skill or not? And for that, there is a test, and that is known as an aptitude test. And that is known as an aptitude test. Now, can a person can learn actually, so now if you want to be happy in our life, what do we need first? Actually, if you want to be a successful in any career, we need skills. Okay, we need a skills so that we can achieve a success in the life. Please keep writing and keep understanding. If you have any doubt, we'll definitely answer. So to become a doctor, teacher, lawyer, civil servant, anything, we need to have a skill. Actor, doctor, lawyer, everything. Those, when you have a skill, it increases the chances of success. If you have a skill for a batsman, it increases chances of success. Acting skill should be there, singing skill should be there, so that increases success, and the success lead to satisfaction. Now, suppose I'm a teacher, and if I do not have the skills of teaching, then I am teaching something, but you are not understanding, and also feeling inferior talking to you. I can also see that actually you are also not understanding. Just example, then I cannot live a satisfied life. But when I have the skills, if I'm doing my duty properly, I'm able to achieve the task, and that is leading to the satisfaction, and that gives the happiness. The purpose of our life is to be happy, and that lead to happiness. So if you want to have a happiness, we should live a satisfied life, and that it also depends upon achieving the success in the field that we have chosen, and that requires a skill. But how to get these skills? There's an option A you have. Identify who are you, identify your aptitude, and take a training related to that. So identify what you are good at. Like to become a batsman, you need a hand-eye coordination. To play some sports, of course, physical fitness is required. To play some activities, eyesight should be better. So what are those different qualities that you are having that is suitable, whether that is suitable to become a doctor, teacher, lawyer, civil servant, sports, and which kind of sports actually are acting or art field actually, which field is suitable for you. Identify who are you and take the training related to that. Then you can achieve the skill. Can we get the skill without actually having the aptitude? There is an option B. You do not have an aptitude, choose some field where you want to go. Choose any field that you feel that you want to grow. So then learn, practice, make some effort, have perseverance, do not give up, everything, then also you will learn the skill. But in the option 2, choose the field. So, but in the option 2, I'm trying to become what I am not. In the option 2, I'm trying to become what I am not. But in the, if I go with the option A, here I'm utilizing whatever I'm naturally programmed to, and then I'm working on that. My body and mind is happy to cooperate with that. So that is why it is observed that people who choose in the part A, they're more happier and satisfied in their life compared to the option B. Because in option B, I'm trying to become what I am not. But in the option A, that I'm just identifying what I am and trying to become that. So now, how to identify? So there is an aptitude that is present in all the human beings. All that we need to do is to identify. In the childhood, when they are in the at least 0 to 15 years, or at least when they join the classes at 3 year and they till the 15 years, we should encourage the aspirants. We should encourage students to participate in diverse or in various activities. Some people can able to easily run well, some people can eat well, some people can read well, some people can do slow walk well, slow cycling well, some people can do painting, etc, etc, etc. We need to identify them and encourage them to participate in various diverse activities, cultural activities, sports activities, study related activities, group discussion and everything. After the 1 year, we give marks to that person based on all these participation. Not only how much you got in physics, chemistry or science, mathematics or something. Study is also part. Study is not the only part, actually, till the 15 years, at least till the 10th class education. So we need to conduct, and that's why each subject has only 35% like as a passing marks. If you are getting 35% is enough. And explore in all the other areas and see what is that natural ability that you are having and that you are having different from other people. So it will be done at the when the person is at the first standard, and it will be recorded. Even this person's transferred to the another school or something, the data will get digitalized actually, so that we will analyze this aspirant or this student for the 10 years from first standard to 10th standard. And based on that, we will tell a student or we'll call the parents and tell, see, this is our your student performance in the various areas, and based on these abilities, these are the jobs available to them, and this is the area that you can focus on that. But now actually that is what's supposed to happen, but in reality what is happening, somehow we write the examination, and if somebody can get 80 plus percent, then science that person should take 60 to 80. Actually, okay, because not so intelligent, commerce you have to take. Less than 60, not so intelligence, okay, you take art subject. That is happening in the society, but should not happen. Now what we are trying to do, we are all different, we are all have the different natural abilities, but exam is only one, and we are all judged based on that only marks, how many marks that we get. So that is leading to this. Yes, Mamata, I will speak. Sir, what if one can do everything well? That's good actually. Then tell him to choose only the that has he has a or she has a passion for it. Now everybody, like you see that monkey is able to, monkey has a different ability, penguin has a different ability, elephant has a different abilities. For a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb the tree. When we make these animals to climb a tree, now for example, monkey can able to easily climb a tree. Ant is there, small ant that is also able to climb a tree. Now suppose we see the fish and see monkey is bigger than you, it is able to climb a tree. Ant is smaller than you, that is also able to climb a tree. You are a fish, you are not able to climb a tree, that means you are a stupid. So we are telling, see Raju, see there is a Lakshmi sitting beside you. She is able to study well. Ramesh is sitting next to you. He is also able to study well. But you are not able to study well. That means you are stupid, stupid, stupid. And when we are telling till the 10th class, and the students also feels the same thing actually. And that's why Albert Einstein says that everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that is a stupid. That is a representative image. Here all these animals are belong to the different species. They have the different abilities. We are all homo sapiens. We are all belong to the same species actually. All of us here listening to the classes actually. There may be some other ants may be listening, but in generally human beings we are listening. We are all same species, but our talents are as different as this. Though we are all human beings, our abilities are actually as different as these different animals. That is why we need to reduce the role of Marxism that is present in our country. This Marxism is the biggest challenge that we are facing. That is, he has emphasized on the marks. Whether you understood or not important. How many marks you got it? How many? What is the percentage? 80%. What happens to the remaining 20%? 90%. Hurry, your topper is 98 and you are getting only 91%. 98%. What happens to the remaining 2%? People out for suicide after getting 90% because somebody else got 98% or somebody got 100%. They are going to the depression or actually thinking bad about or inferior about them for getting less marks. So that is why it need to decrease. And we should study, we should make this study as interesting as possible, as curious as possible, as practical as possible. Now, once again, we most of us actually learned a plus b whole square. But tell me why, what is the use of learning a plus b whole square? The formula a square plus b square plus 2ab. Or have you ever used in your lifetime actually at least once time in the practically, a practical application? I'm not saying that a plus b whole square is not useful. It may be useful for 1% of the people, but we are made to learn actually without telling where do we use this, why do we use this, or something. That is wrong. I'm not saying a plus b whole square is wrong. It may be used by some people only actually. So that is why the till 10th class, if we can reform this actually, where we give education first, education also first, it should be practical, it should be related to the life that they're facing, that they can understand. Okay, so and then education is one part of the schooling actually. Along with education, we should encourage the people to participate in diverse activities, and then based on all these abilities we need to do, we help this. If you watch some videos related to the PT Usha, when she was studying in the fourth standard, she was studying in the fourth standard. Her physical education trainer, the PE sir or the PET or PT sir, we call it as actually the physical education trainer, has identified the potential in her, and she was beat to compete with the seventh class student. This seventh class student was taking the training, and this person was a district champion. But PT Usha was not taken any much training related to that actually. But she was able to compete with the seventh class student, and she came first in that competition. And that's how actually her trainer told and convinced her parents that this is the area that you need to focus. And then she was able to become PT Usha. So no more about PT Usha. One more example, there is a person called as Muhammad Hassan Ali. If you type this word in YouTube, you will get it. An 11-year-old person, some few years back. The video is actually that we have is a 11-year-old. That's why I'm giving the word 11-year-old actually. A 11-year-old boy, sixth class student, who is teaching the MTech and BTech students, who has this ability to teach for the BTech and MTech students. Normally, if you are elder, listening from a fifth class student looks inferior. But many of these MTech and BTech students say that we are able to understand well whenever Muhammad Hassan Ali teaches. He uses the simple language. A person who is studying in the sixth class can able to understand the content of BTech and MTech and can explain to the students in a way, in such a way that he can they can understand. That requires ability that's known as teaching abilities. So in this way, there are different people known for this. All of us we need to do is to identify what is something that is special. So one important decision that you make can make a wonders in your life. For example, there was a person who wanted to come to the football. That is his area of interest. One day there was actually a place got vacant for a cricket team. So the coach has to select actually a person to for a wicket cricket team in which wicket keeper was actually we are yet to get a good wicket keeper. Wicket keeper. They've identified this person who is interested in a football to come to this cricket, and we feel that you have some natural ability to become a great cricketer. But he said, no, sir, actually, thank you for the offer, but I want to focus on football. Try for a few matches and then you see whether it is suitable or not. Then he come to the cricket, then he started working. He also realized that he's doing good compared to other people actually with less effort. And then he has become Mahendra Singh Dhoni, and you know the history. So one good decision that you take at right time can create a wonders in the life. But the problem is we don't try many jobs only. We never know whether we like something or not because we are programmed in our childhood only we should do this. Our parents are only decided what we want to do. That is also wrong thing actually. So we need to explore, keep exploring what actually we can do and everything. And that is the beauty of aptitude. Now, once you know this, let us we see what is that extra points that is there in our material, and then we will learn. Now, what is aptitude? It is a natural ability for doing a particular work. It is a natural ability to acquire a particular skill through the right training. All of us have some common natural abilities for learning the languages. With little effort, we can learn at least one language. With some more effort, two languages. In this way, the more and more you put, you may learn. But ability to learn the language is inherent for us. Self awareness, that is, as an individual we can understand ourselves, like what is happening in my body, mind, my strength, weakness and all. This is much different or much more than what normal other other animals can have. Empathy, we have the ability to understand other people from their perspective. All we have a natural ability, but just we need to make an effort in this. Adaptable to the different situation, these are all the common natural abilities that we have. While few people can have while the few people can have extraordinary abilities with respect to reading, speaking, designing, teaching, music, sports activities, etc. So we have given the example, like, please you have to watch about these people: PT Usha, Muhammad Hassan Ali, Trishnit Arora, Trishnit Arora. So if you type these people name, you will get it. He was a cyber security expert with his company called TAC, Trishnit Arora Cyber Security, and other people, of course, Lata Mangeshkar, SP Balasubramaniam, and other people are also. Okay, you can know more about these people. So, how do we get this aptitude? Aptitude is already there, it has come through the inheritance, and the first 15 years, whatever we focus, that is also important. It is through the early development and through the inheritance we get this. So whatever we have discussed, we have presented in a literal, writing form. There are two important days in our life: the day we are born and the day when we find out our aptitude. One good choice can do the wonders in a person's life. Aptitude is something which comes naturally. It is present in our DNA, deoxyribose nucleic acid, in which there are genes are there, and genes also will decide actually what are the characteristic features the next generation that they have, are the characteristic features that we have. A person can learn a particular skill even though he or she doesn't have an aptitude for it, but it takes more time and effort. There is one rule called 10,000 hour rule. So 10,000 hours, that means suppose under the right guidance, if guidance is there, and if we can practice for 10,000 hours, then we can become an expert in that. Even though we do not have an aptitude for this, under the right guidance and actually with practice, if you practice for 10,000 hours, you can become an expert in that. But remember, 10,000 hours is not easy. But when you have an aptitude for a particular job, it increases the probability of success, as it leads to the faster learning with the less effort of the different skills that is required for to a job. So as you said, if I want to hire somebody and if he asks this question, why, tell me, why do I want to hire you? And this person says, Sir, I'm ready to do the hard work. You give me any task, no matter how difficult, I'll do that. No, we may no need to hire these people who just do the hard work. Who we need to identify who can do it naturally. And because this person is using actually doing the job that is naturally, his body and mind is happy to do that, they cooperate. So this person enjoys the job he or she is doing. Now, how to know that whether you are enjoying the job or not actually? If Friday evenings are making you happy in general, then you are not in the right job. If Monday morning can make you happy, then you are in the right job. If Friday evening is making you happy, that means suppose after the end of Friday, if I feel above 5 days is over, the headache is over, actually I no need to go to office, I do not even sleep in the direction of this office, so irritating that job and all, next 2 days I can enjoy weekend with my family and everything. Then you have to rethink. If Friday evenings are making you happy, then you have to rethink about your job. If Monday mornings, normally it is considered Monday we go to the office, we get more energy. Wow, now I'm going to office, I enjoy the job that I do, I interact with the people, learn from them and everything. If that is making you happy, then you are in the right job. Though many people do not get opportunity, those who get opportunity, it is advisable to do the job that you enjoy it. If we are working only for salary, so 25 days and an average that we are working in a month, actually only for getting the salary for 30 plus years, is it really worth living? You have to question yourself. Finding a path that allows us to develop our natural abilities will help us to express to the fullest potential. It has been observed that people are happier and more satisfied in their life when they choose the work that matches with their aptitude pattern. Aptitude pattern. This is few introduction about aptitude. We will learn few more things about aptitude after a 15 minutes of small commercial break. So after the break, I'll take if you have any doubts or something. Example slide. Yeah, this is the example slide. PT Usha, Muhammad Hassan Ali, Trishni Tarora. So break time. సో మమతా రెడ్డి గారు, మీ ఆన్సర్స్ ని డౌట్ సెక్షన్ లో పోస్ట్ చేయకండి. యూ కెన్ జస్ట్ పోస్ట్ ఇట్ ఇన్ ద నార్మల్ సెక్షన్, దట్ కమెంట్ సెక్షన్స్ ఓన్లీ. సో hi friends, so welcome to you all after a small commercial break. Hope you enjoyed your break. Just for curiosity, in the 15 minutes break that we give, so what do you do generally? Do you have coffee, tea, or how do you spend this 15 minutes break? So Mahima will have breakfast actually. Okay. So we're going to washroom. Okay. Sit in front of the heater. So where do you stay, Sushmit? Is it so cool there, the wherever you are staying? So only in the break you sit in front of the heater. In the remaining time, what do you? So Arnab had tea actually. Okay. So next time, if possible, we'll take actually the classes in Arnab's home so that he will give me tea or coffee. Oh, test Sushmit. So where do you stay, man? 7 degrees Celsius. Are you from Delhi or what? Making chapati. So Rashida, in the break time, you made chapati. So when do you eat? And Prashik, already with the studies are going on. In the break time, he will have his religious study, it seems. Okay, so Sushmit is from North UP and he's having 7 degrees Celsius. So in the break, he will go and sit in front of the heater. Thank you, Arnab. So where I live is temperature is less than the Delhi. So where do you live, Shalu? Okay, so summer username says being pregnant. I'm taking rest. It's cold here. So just for curiosity, you are able to focus on the classes and in which month of pregnancy you are in, if you would like to share. Where okay, so northern MP. Okay, so at present northern MP has lower temperature than Delhi. Okay. So we have North UP, North MP, and okay, fifth month. So are you able to focus? Summer, what is your complete name? Is a complete name? Anshu is also from UP. So okay, many of you are from UP. Okay, UP MP. Among those who have given the here. Okay, Hamna or Hamna Summer or okay, so Summer. Okay, Mahima from Rajasthan, Rashida from UP, Arnab from West Bengal, Anshu, I want to know you. I will tell in the last day, anyhow, that is coming on the 15th session. Shri, the username Shri is from Tamil Nadu, Siddhant from Bihar, Ganesh from Kerala, Shweta from Karnool. Oh, there is a Indian diversity is represented here. So, Samarji, can you focus on the class like being in a 5th month pregnancy actually? How far you are able to focus here and how much time that you study in general? Shweta from Telangana. Okay, Telangana pilla kuda unnaru. Okay, like Ammai kuda unnaru. Even Gayatri is from Telangana. Okay. Himanshu from Maharashtra. Okay, I understood. Humna. Akula from Telangana. Yes, friends. That's good to know. Like you are all, we are representing the different states, and if more and more people you clear, once again there is a representatives from the different states. Preeti from Karnataka. Okay, so we have South, North, everywhere representation. Bihar, Tamil Nadu. Okay, so Humna, you are able to study for 9 to 10 hours being a pregnant. That is really super, madam. So very happy to know, but take care of your health also. And this journey is, the studies, family, responsibility, being a pregnant and all. It is really a tough task, but women are super actually. So women in general are super, and hope you can do that. So take care of your health too. So Shali, I will answer in the last actually in the end where I'm from and everything. So Mohan from Maharashtra, Prashant from Karnataka. Thank you for sharing your details. Like from where are you? Let's we go ahead and try to understand. Now we know that there is some natural abilities that is required so that they can learn through the train. They will be given a training and they will learn the different skills. So there are people who want to become civil servants in the future. A few things should become natural to you. Either you would have got through birth, actually, that is fine, or you practice so much so that it becomes very natural to you. So you are not working hard to do that. So what are those qualities that we are expecting or trying to know from you through the civil service examination? See, we say CSAT, Civil Service Aptitude Test. Though in generally we refer to this aptitude test only for the prelims paper 2, the whole of our prelims, mains, and interview is focused on that. It is about to know whether you have an aptitude to become a civil servant or not. They want to try its ability to learn the new concepts. No matter you whether you attend the coaching institutions or you study on your own, you should develop an ability to understand and learn the new concepts or learning the new concepts. Teachers will help you to understand the basics, but you should not end there. Once we completed our syllabus, that is the beginning for you to study further and read more about that. You should have ability to learn the new concepts. That is why prelims, mains, interview, you will learn so many concepts. You should be able to identify the problems and find the practical solution. In India, when you study the GS actually, or in general, there are so many problems that may be related to tribals, women, children, senior citizen, etc., environment, etc. And for all of these, you should be able to identify that there is a problem. Maybe going to them, talking to them, not just reading the books or the materials. Actually, you should know the various problems that the different section of society faces across India, and within your limitation, actually, what can be the practical solution for this and how to achieve it. You should have awareness about the cultural, actually, about the culture and diversity, and what are the different festivals that we celebrate, what are the different practices that we follow, why do we follow, why some the people of north celebrate some festival, south we celebrate some festival, people of northeast, everything. So the more and more possible through, you should know about the diversity that is being tested. You should be able to take a decision that is a combination of these three. When ethics case studies are given and interview questions are asked, you should be able to come up with some solution which is right according to the law, which is practical to follow, and it should be ethical also. So that is what the case studies answer that we try, and we try to find a solution. Written communication skills are checked in the mains paper. Oral communication skills are checked in your interviews. Leadership abilities and the time management, of course, answering right mains and all is a small part of testing your time management. Leaderships are tested through the previous decisions that you have taken in your life, and some of the opinion or the situation based question. So these are the qualities that is expected in the initial stages, and if it is identified that those who have these things are those who can do these qualities or have these qualities, possess these qualities, show these qualities, and they have it naturally, if we give training to them, it is considered that actually they perform well, they can become a good civil servants. So in our syllabus, there is a topic called aptitude and foundational values. But we have already discussed foundational values. If you remember, integrity, impartiality, non-partisanship, dedication, empathy, compassion, tolerance, etc. All of these values we have discussed, which are specifically mentioned in the syllabus. There are some values which are not mentioned in the syllabus. They are called as desirable values. But with the help of internet, you have to make a simple notes on this. That is a homework. So try to make. But before you check the internet, you should have your own opinion. Maybe first you think about it. What is this trustworthiness, spirit of service, perseverance, leadership, forgiveness, etc.? You have to think on your own and then search the internet, so that finally, overall, you should know some definition. You should know some examples of these values, the different people who can be examples for this, and the importance of this. Why this is required for a civil servant? If possible, know some codes also through the primary codes. By using this content, at least one page notes you have to make. Minimum one page notes on these topics. Now, just for the understanding, tell me something about forgiveness without reading anything in the internet or anything. Like, what is your opinion on forgiveness? Do we have to let something that is go away from us? That is forgiveness. When it is correct, when it is not correct, is it always correct, always wrong? Anything about forgiveness, please. To let it go. Usually, forgiveness is an act of let it go. Okay. It leads to peace. That is why we should have forgiveness, according to Sushmit. Forgiveness is a quality of the strong people. Himanshu believes that. Even Gandhiji says, a weak people cannot forgive. Only the strong people can forgive. When it is their wrong, let go of this. When it is my mistake, then we should apologize and change. Okay. Ability to let go, it is always correct, sir. It leads to the inner freedom. Are you sure about the word always correct, Mahima? We should let it go the things in most of the situations, according to Shali. Sneha believes that forgiveness is thinking about broader perspective, not just negative perspective of revenge. Forgiveness is the strength to harmonize the people. Forgiving who hurted us and restart a good relationship, even forgiving our own selves, sometimes it is required. Forgiveness includes forgive ourselves also. Forgive, that's a good point. Forgiveness is great humanity. Forgiveness is suitable, not suitable in the heinous crime. So thank you for your participation. Exactly. So you have to think on your own and then cross check in the internet. It is not advisable to check everything directly from the internet. You should have your own opinion. As many of you rightly said, see the first concept of forgiveness. It is an act of letting the things go or letting a person go away. Like what is this, when this issue of forgiveness will come actually, or excusing some person from something, not taking the revenge on somebody. Suppose somebody has done a mistake actually, or because somebody has done something, there is a loss of time, loss of image, loss of reputation, loss of money that is cost to me. And now when I have a two option, one is I can take an anger or revenge on that person, or I can forgive that person. Now whether we should take action on that person, anger or revenge actually, now when anybody has done something wrong and that is legally punishable offense actually, we should make sure that we file a complaint and that person will undergo that actually the whatever the punishment. Forgive, that doesn't mean that you are not taking any legal action. Remember, somebody is a rapist, somebody has actually done robbery and all, it is not that you forgive them. You will take appropriate legal action. If there is a facts and evidences to prove that they have done something wrong, we can file a case, and that person may be arrested and undergo the consequences. But we are letting that incident go away from our mind is forgiveness in that context. Suppose Mr. Ramesh has taken the loan actually of suppose just 5 lakh rupees, and there's a clearly he has given in writing that he has taken, and signature everything is there, and after for some days he is not giving, then I can go to the court and get the money back. But suppose I've given some money to Ramesh and there are no proofs. Actually, he wanted some money and I had some in cash, somehow I've given, and there are no proofs. After 1 month, if I ask and this person says that actually, I don't think, who is this Srinivas? I have not taken any money from you. Now I cannot prove it legally. It doesn't mean that I'll go slap him, attack him, I'll call my friends and all. No. Then we should let the things go. Or we remain occupied with this negativity, anger and revenge. Actually, anger is just one letter less than danger, as we discussed earlier. That is case. And when we are remain occupied with that anger, we want to take a revenge, we want to create some problem to them. In movies, some movies they show, నా జీవితంలో నా 10 వేళ్ళు పోయినా పర్లేదు, యాక్చువల్లీ 10 వేళ్ళు పోయినా పర్లేదు, నీది ఒక వేళ్ళన్నా పోవాలి. ఈవెన్ ఇఫ్ ఐ లూజ్ 10 fingers, no problem, అట్లీస్ట్ ఐ షుడ్ టేక్ 1 finger from you, or you should lose 1 finger. So that in this process we remain occupied with that negativity, we want to take a revenge on them, we lose our peace of mind. Our future depends upon what do we do in the present, but in the present we are wasting our time in the process of taking the revenge. So that is why forgiveness is important for our own benefit. Sometimes we also do the mistakes for not knowing, actually, and we keep on worrying about this, go to depression and all. Okay, sometimes it's okay. We should try everything not to do the mistakes. Suppose sometimes without proper awareness or some we do some mistake, we should forgive ourselves, forgive other people, and take some legal action if it is required. But let that incident go away from that, and that is known as forgiveness. So in this way, you should study what is spirit of service, Anshu. Give your own opinion, perseverance, leadership, trustworthy, and try to make one-page notes. Actually, this is not there in the syllabus. Okay, so sir, you are skipping. No, but it is as a civil service aspirant, you should know, and these points may be beneficial when you write the exams. So why these values are called as the foundational values? We discussed about again integrity, dedication, impartiality, non-partisanship, objectivity, sympathy, empathy, compassion, and tolerance. These are all called as the foundational values. They may ask actually any particular value. Why integrity is called as foundational value? Why impartiality or non-partisanship? Any specific also they may ask, or they may ask general question, and no matter which ask, you have to tell why this value is important, what happens if there is such value, what happens if there is no such value. So based on that, you have to prove that it is so important that it is called as a foundational value. Now, as a civil servant, when I have all this empathy, empathy, compassion, I know that each and every rupee I have to use it well, so that will lead to the efficiency and effectiveness. As a civil servant, I will have a discretionary power. I can give this contract to A also, B also, C also. If I do not have these ethical values, I may give the contract to somebody who gives me money. But when I have this, actually these values, I'll make sure that I utilize it in the public interest. ఎవరికి కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఇవ్వడం వల్ల జనాలకి ప్రయోజనం అవుతుంది, by giving contract to whom, so that to a which person, so that common people will get benefit. So public interest. So there are so many government benefits are there, it will reach to the people whom it is supposed to be reached, so that we will achieve the social, political, and economical justice. Social justice, reduce the discrimination. Political justice, you can use your fundamental rights. Economical justice, we try to decrease the inequality that is present in the society, so that the diverse section of society will participate in the growth process. So that is inclusive growth. And when we start protecting the environment also, it leads to the sustainable development. So these are all the importances, that is why the as a civil servant, you can achieve it when you have these foundational values. When you have these foundational values, all this is possible. So that is why these values are called as foundational values. Sir, in previous year question, they asked the 10 foundational values of a civil servant. So, 8 we have. So, what can be the other two? Shali, this is not end of values. In the future, we will study 7 principle of public life. Or suppose now you want to know other than this, integrity is over, dedication is over, integrity and impartiality, non-partisanship, objectivity, sympathy, empathy, compassion. Already 6 is there, 7 is there, 8 is there, 9 is there, and you write actually moral courage. And where is the other? Actually, you have either, these are also the values. So Mahimaji, if you see, you are in this slide, you have the 10 values. Clear? We should always let go of the situation importance from our mind. Yes, Mahima, you are right. We can take legal action, but sometimes even after that, people are worried about that actually, or they are not able to let go out of the situation. Exactly, you are right one. Yeah. Okay, so hope you got it, Shali. So you, all these are the values that you can use it. Here, what is this arrow mark meaning, Shalu? So understand from the context now. When as a civil servant, when you have these ethical values, it will make the civil servant efficient and effective. Okay, Shalu. Okay. So there is a question in front of you. Once again, we are making this chart public. Okay, 1 minute. Before we go to the question, any doubts as of now about aptitude and foundational values? Okay. So if no doubts, so we are making this public. Now please go through this question once again. After the 2 minutes, we'll discuss the answer. Today we are discussing many questions because even question on practicing the questions are also important. Think about it and then write it. So focus on this question. Good. Last 30 seconds. Okay, friends, listen to me. And you will understand what the mistakes some of the aspirants have done here. So they've given one statement, and after giving the explanation to this, the question they are asking is, what steps have you taken to improve the ethical competence to handle such responsibility? Some of you are written, I'll maintain transparency, accountability, I will utilize the public fund well and everything. They are not asking you what you will do once you become an officer. They are not even asking what government should do, what UPSC should do, or anything. Now, when you are writing this examination, who are you? You are a civil service aspirant. And ethical competence is the next word. Like, what is ethical competence? As many of you have rightly highlighted, it is awareness of what is right and wrong, awareness, and developing a strong will to follow what is right and wrong. And developing a strong will to follow whatever is right and wrong. It is called ethical competence. There is heavy ethical responsibility on the public servants because they occupy the positions of power, handle the huge amounts of public funds, and their decision have a wide-ranging impact on the society and the environment. So, as a civil servant, whatever the decision that we take will have a huge impact on other people. That's why we should have a clarity about what is right and wrong, and we should have a strong will to follow it. Now, what are the steps that you have taken? They are asking. Now, what are the qualities that is required to become a very good civil servant? Same qualities, ethical, foundational values, and everything is required. So, how do you write it? Now, listen to me. So, in order to improve the ethical competence, whatever is right and wrong, what are the steps I have taken as a civil service aspirant? That is a question. So, you should understand the question clearly. Now, to know that, no, to become a civil servant, I want to take a right decision. The first quality I should have is actually I should have the awareness about the constitution. So, because so I am learning about the constitution or increasing my awareness about the constitution. If I get doubt, I'll contact the concerned people and get it corrected or get my problem solved. So knowing the constitution is important. So I want to get a practical understanding of this actually. So to get practical understanding about my services, see, first thing, as a civil servant, if I'm going, I should know what is the duty of a civil servant. So to get more practical understanding, I started watching the TED Talks. So that is your answer. Suppose I started watching TED Talks. The recently I watched the D Rupa IPS actually, IAS IPS officer, and this is what I learned. Armstrong Pame, this is what I've learned. Like this example you can give. I know self-control is important, and you can give the example how you are practicing the self-control. Like for example, fasting is one method of doing the self-control. So now, if I don't have a food, I don't have any other option. But there is a food, or I have money, I can go and buy the food. But I decided that from the sunrise till the sunset, I do not eat anything. I eat only drink only water or something. So that requires a self control. So I know that empathy is important. So whenever I talk to people, I listen to them. Empathy requires active listening to them. I try to understand the other people from their perspective. Try to understand. So this empathy may lead to tolerance or the compassion. If they just have a different opinion, that may lead to tolerance and compassion. So you can talk about actually what are the other qualities that is required and how you are learning. You are learning constitution, you are getting the practical understanding through the TED Talks, and you are working on self-control, and you are working on empathy. I'm getting motivated from the different leaders, reformers, and administrators. Different leaders, reformers, and administrators. So give an example, any one leader, and what did you learn from that person? One reformer and one administrator actually. What did you learn from them? And give appropriate examples related to that. This is how you can create an answer. Because this question is about ethical competence, if I was writing the answer, I would have written actually ethical competence introduction. Having the awareness of what is right and wrong and the strong will to follow whatever is right is this quality is known as an ethical competence. As a civil service aspirant, these are the steps I have taken or I'm taking in order to improve my ethical competence, and write these points in detail. So, in this way, as a civil service aspirant, I'm not only focusing on how to develop the professional competence, but also I'm focusing on ethical competence, because I know that I just don't want to be a just civil servant. I want to be an ethical civil servant, and who was ethical civil servant, so that I can bring the socio-economic transformation, or I can play a vital role in achieving the socio-economic transformation. So in this way, I am focusing not only on acquiring the professional competence, but also ethical competence. I just don't want to be a civil servant. I want to be an ethical civil servant who has played a great role, or who can play a great role in the socio-economic transformation. So these are the steps that I'm taking. So this is how you can write the answer. So if you have written the answer that I have taken, your answer is correct. I am working on this, then also your answer is correct. But if you have written what others should do or what you will do in the future, then your answer is not correct. That is why, please, you have to uh, read the question carefully and then answer it. I try to keep my environment clean and try to heal. That is a good point, Taisin. Law of the land I will follow. That is all correct. Are we clear, friends? Any doubt we have? Can I quote Gangubai movie? Now tell me, why do you want to quote Gangubai movie? So you watched movie and what did you learn from that, Shali? So in which context you want to quote Gangubai Kathiawad movie? Tell me. Yes, you can also talk about time management. If somebody want to add few things, so like time management is important and how you are working on that. That is also can be the answer. Okay, so you learned honesty from Gangubai. You can learn if you really learned from her and you can quote it. Yes, Thaizin, you are right. Actually, you can also talk about the constitutional morality and the environmental ethics. So, what is this Young India 1925 journal? Okay, so why this has come now? I understood what it is. So, test our Sushmit. So, why is that now? So, you are learning. Yeah, you can also add actually, in order to improve my concept of right and wrong, I am learning the various concepts from the thinkers and philosophers. You can add few examples of this. For example, from Mahatma Gandhi's talisman, this is what I learned actually. Or Immanuel Kant categorical imperative, Saint Thomas Aquinas cardinal virtues. Explain any two. Explain any two. Need more practice. Yes, you can practice. So practice makes both man and woman perfect. Sir, I'm not able to understand whom to judge, ourselves or an ideal officer. We are not judging anybody, Prakash. Why to judge? We are not judge. We are not judged, so no need to judge. The question is, what steps have you taken? In fact, as a civil service aspirant, you are supposed to do this. You have to write what you are doing to become a civil servant tomorrow. So learning from thinkers and philosophers, you can talk about visiting orphanages and old age homes to learn them, to learn about them, visiting orphanages and old age homes, so know their side of story and everything. That's how you should write it. Okay, Prashik, hope you got it. So, sir, they are basically asking about our preparation. Yes, Shali, you are right. They are asking about your preparation. How you are preparing for this exam. Yes, Shalu, you can watch actually movie to understand the situation of prostitutes and everything. Learning from the mistake is good. Fighting for the rights of society, we can learn. I also learning from the mistake of other officers. Sir, I have seen the people managing family, friendship, studies. But when I ask them how do you do it, they just explain what they do in every day, not is it in their minds how they do. See, first things they have, everybody can't explain everything. And when it's all about prioritizing the things. I may have 100 things to do, but I can do only one thing at a time, suppose. Then I'll prioritize which is important, which is not important. And just because you, like, you interact with somebody doesn't mean that they share everything. You learn from, you share, learn whatever they say, but you also observe and practice, try yourself and see how can you do it. Not only that, having too many responsibilities, how do you handle? Okay, so you can quote any movies that you consider as an example, if you remember, or generally, if you want to watch movies, the some of the movies that you can quote, you can learn. If you have not watched, you can consider watching. They are Jai Bhim, Article 15, Akhuni, the name is Axon, Padman, Jai Bhim talks about the problems being faced by the tribals. Article 15 about the scheduled caste. The word AXONE, and it is pronounced as Akuni, it is talks about the discrimination that Northeast people faces. The Padman talks about the issues related to the women. In this way, there are different movies are there, at least four you can consider. There are many other good movies that you find, and they're close to the reality, and if they have a realistic solution, you can definitely quote from them. You can also, like, one student suggesting 12th fail, and if you watch and you learn from any of these things, you can write. Or any English movies, if you know, you can also tell shallow. Yes, Prashik, you can also add your current habits or the lesson that is helping, if that can help actually or improve the overall decision making or our performances. Then we can definitely quote. Okay, so now any doubt about this question? Okay, if no doubt, now please listen to me. See, sometimes what happens, we need to write answer in 250 words only, 20 marks. But many times the questions are very lengthy. What happens and how do we resolve that? Now please focus, make sure that you have entire attention on this case study only, so that you will get clarity. So there is a case study that is in front of you. You are a municipal commissioner of a large city, having the reputation for a very honest and upright officer. A huge multi-purpose mall is under construction in your city, with a large number of daily wage earners are employed. One day, during monsoons, a big chunk of roof collapsed, causing the instant death of four laborers, including two minors. Many more were severely injured, causing immediate medical attention. The mishap resulted in a big hue and cry, forcing the government to institute an inquiry. Now, what happens? There's the first paragraph we read, second paragraph we read, third paragraph we read, and by the time we complete fourth paragraph, we forget whatever we have studied now. And also to understand, also it takes some time. So after reading one paragraph, you need to summarize actually whatever you have learned. So who am I here? I am a municipal commissioner here. What is the issue? There is a multi-purpose mall is that is being constructed, but there is a roof has got collapsed. So because of this, what happened actually, so there is a death of few people, and also the serious injury to the few people, and there was an inquiry now that is pending. So I am a municipal commissioner. Multi-purpose mall was constructed. It has collapsed, and it led to the death of few people, and some people are severely injured. Okay, hope this is clear to you. Now there is an inquiry to be conducted. What led this accident to happen, or what are the factors that is responsible? Now, as a municipal commissioner, I am doing inquiry. Now, please go through this slide on your own. Read on your own first, because how do you understand is also important. So please go through this slide. Just read this slide, keeping the previous slide in the mind. So by this time, an aspirant normally should be able to cover this paragraph. Have you done this? Just actually once it you are done, please give us a thumb or the words yes. Okay. Now, so once again, I'm recalling in my mind, actually, I'm a municipal commissioner, multi-purpose mall, collapse, death, murder, death, actually, severe injury, and inquiry. Now, in inquiry, what are the things I have observed? First thing, actually, the material is used for the construction is of poor quality. Only one basement is given the permission, but they have constructed additional basement. This was neglected by the previous officer who has come for the inspection. They've occupied the green signal. Our mall was given the green signal. Despite it was encroaching the green belt and a slip road. Now, what is this green belt actually in an urban development? Actually, some areas are dedicated for planting the trees. They've also occupied. And what is slip road? If this is the main road, in order to connect this main road, there will be a one connecting road. That is called as a slip road. So that is also occupied. So I have done the preliminary inquiry. Material is used, not good, and they have constructed additional basement against the law of the land. And this was neglected by during the inspection. They have also occupied the green belt. Please go through this slide. Once you are done, give us the thumb impression that you have done it, or say yes. Okay, so you have done. That's good. Thank you. So the permission to construct the mall was accorded by the previous municipal commissioner, who is not only my senior. So the one whoever has given the permission, with that respect to that person, I have one professional relationship because my senior, but I also have a personal relation with this person. So whenever we look at as an outsider, the case appears that there may be some different people coming together in this large scale corruption, and there is an involvement of the municipal corporation and the builders. They might have involved and have done all this multi-purpose mall scam. Are the mistakes? Normally, colleagues should give us motivation, but they are putting the pressure to go slow in the inquiry. Don't take much action because very powerful people are involved. Any strict action against the powerful may be dangerous. Please go slow in the inquiry. And the builder with whom I have to deal, this person might have done so many wrongs. Actually, he is a very rich person, influential person, and also is a close relative to the powerful minister in the state cabinet. So this is the previous three slides actually. So in simple, let us have a small recap of actually. Okay, now I'm a municipal commissioner, multi-purpose mall, collapse of the roof, some people dead, some people actually severely injured. Preliminary inquiry we are doing, and material was of not good quality. Additional basement was constructed, and also after this additional basement, what is that? Remembering green belt they have occupied, and permission was given by my senior as well as my friend. And there appears to be a widespread nexus, and this builder is a very powerful person. Now, keeping this everything in the mind, I want you to go through this actually and understand the demand of the question. Once again, we'll give you 3 minutes because it is a comparatively a big question, and come up with some sentences, at least 5 sentences that we can use it in this answer. Once you have posted your answer, please observe the others' answers also. As rightly said by Anshu, the answer is not difficult, but actually doing this within the 14 minutes in the examination condition is very challenging. So I'm here only. I'm just present. I'm also observing your slides actually. So please go through this. Situation is challenging. That's why they have given these questions to you. We need to write 250 words, including all the four. You wouldn't have got this doubt if you attended the first one, no problem. The one case study for 20 marks and one case study for 250 words. Once you have posted your answer, please observe others' answers also. Good. Last few seconds. Go ahead. Once you have completed, please observe others' answers also. But many are yet to answer. I know it's a big question, so please take some time. So last 1 minute will give you. If anybody is trying to post, actually, please post it. Or if you are analyzing, it is fine. Please also observe the others' doubts, others' comments. Taste says, sir, I posted, but now it is not showing. So somebody made eaten away that test post. Yeah, even I remember it's reading your answers. Okay, don't worry. You posted, no, that's fine. Uh, just for fun, Sushmit. Um, yes, test. I can see your answer now. Yes, friends, thank you. Now, please listen to me now, okay? Now, whatever you have mentioned, fine. Please post it now and then listen to me, okay? So, listen just to me, okay? First, we should know the structure of answer. Structure. So, what should be there in the structure of the answer? First, we need to write introduction. After writing the introduction, what is the first question that is asked? Actually, A, ethical issues involved in the case. So I have to write A, the ethical issues involved in the case. Ethical issues involved in the case. So it heading and write some ethical issues. After that, what are the options available to you? Because they are asking specifically, if I am writing the answer, I will write actually options available to me. Options available to me in the situations. Okay, I will write in detail. So then I'll write option 1, option 2, and then option 3. So we'll write option 3, option 2, option 1. So after that, actually, I will evaluate each of the options. So I will write another side heading, evaluation of the options. Evaluations of the options. So then one is there actually because, one, I will evaluate this option, and the two, I will evaluate this option, and then I will write the third option. I will evaluate that, and then explain the selected course of action. So I will actually D, I will go for selected course of action. I will write the selected course of action, and I will explain what is the selected course of action. And this is my overall answer. If required, I will may write some conclusion also in this. So everything I should write actually, but within the 250 words I should write. So I think structure of answer is clear to you. So introduction, ethical issues, options, and then options evaluation, then the selected course of action. If you have any doubt, I will take it. Now, first word is actually introduction. Because we have so many things to write in the body of the answer, we can reduce the introduction, because we are, I'm not telling that we'll eliminate or skip the part of introduction, but we can reduce it. So as far as the introduction is considered, I may focus on two important things actually. One is the value that is required to face the situation, and then the stakeholder who are affected by my decision. I would have written only these two things. So now, as a municipal commissioner, I want to do something right actually, but I can see that there are very powerful people are involved. One is actually person is telling you that actually, if you do favor to us, we will give you wealth. A fortune will be given to us. That is a temptation. And somebody is ready to file a false case, that is post case, that is prevention of sexual harassment case. So false complaint, that is pressure is also there. Fortune, that is temptation also there. Once again, it is a case for integrity. So this is a good case for integrity. In generally also in our real case studies, there are many questions are based on integrity. So how do I write the introduction? Listen to me. The above situation is a test of my integrity in the role of municipal commissioner. Integrity is following the ethics in our life without getting influenced by the temptation and not getting succumbed to the pressure. Next slide, the stakeholders who are involved in the case study are myself as a municipal commissioner, uh, the laborers actually who have a few, who have died, and those who have seriously injured, and then the builder, my senior, or the person who has given the permission, who is my senior as well as a friend, and the builder. So like you can write the stakeholder, but if you feel that stakeholder is also too much, only I can write the about integrity and I can go ahead. What is the value? So even this is also okay, completely fine. Next, I need to write ethical issues. So remember this, how to write ethical issues or what is ethical issues. If any question is asked and they ask you what is ethical issues, sometimes they may write analyze the case study. What is your observation from the case study? All are same here. All are same here. So if any question that you are writing ethical issues, what we are supposed to write, I have to write my observation, analysis of the case study, important topics, problems, debates, conflicts, dilemmas, questions related to this. Overall, we need to analyze this. In simple, if ethical issues are given, what is right and wrong, I need to analyze the case study in detail. How to do it? It's very simple. Just if you listen, you will understand this. See now, whatever that is given in the question, if we reanalyze it, we will get some point. Now, no need to write, just listen to it. Now, see what is happened, what is given in the question. There is a, multi-purpose mall has collapsed and few, laborers who have died. This is what given. Sorry, listen to me. What is given in the question? The multi-purpose mall collapsed and few people died. What is the ethical issue that I'm writing here? It is very unfortunate that in the above incident, the problems are created by powerful people, but problems are being faced by the weaker section of the society. This is called one ethical issue. This whole purpose problem may be created by the powerful people because material is not good quality and everything, that is clear actually. Problem is created by the powerful people, but the problems are being faced by the weaker section of society. This is called one ethical issue. In normally in a disaster also happens. Suppose you imagine, somehow if I'm a rich person, if I can able to survive, I have some money in, like suppose in bank account and all, somehow we can overcome. But the middle class people, poor people, they saved so many things in their home, and if there is a flood disaster happen, their life will become much more severe. So disaster makes poor people more poorer. Okay, now coming to this. So this is given and this is our analysis. Now listen to me. The material is used for the quality, actually construction is a not good quality. That is given in the question. Okay, so for your information, I'll be adding these details also. So here, problems, I need to write actually who created it, who created, but who are facing it. That is one ethical issue. Now, the material is used for the construction is of not good quality. What this material says that actually the person, whoever is the builder, is giving more priority to the profit versus sustainability of it. If we construct a building so that it will last longer, we use the good material. But my focus may be here only to the profit. That's why we are doing that. Or this builder is more focused on the money rather than the customer care. That is, writing this is known as ethical issues. Now this additional basement is in. Now this is related to material. Additional basement is constructed. So this shows violation of the law. Violation of the law. This shows that lack of respect or the fear towards the law of the land. Normally, for a law, we should have a respect. If no respect, at least I should have a fear. If I done something wrong, I'll face a legal consequences. But these people who do not have the respect also, fear also, that is being observed. Analyzing this is known as ethical issue. Normally, the civil servant should have dedication. to do their duty properly. Every duty that you do is important. But this concerned person is known for apathy, no care, concern. That's why he has neglected this issue. The green belt was occupied. Normally, the environment related laws, the environmental laws, when they are made, they are very strict. When they are made, well, the process of making, they are very strict. But when come to the implementation, they are neglected. And this municipal commissioner is a senior and friend. Okay, the builder is there, very powerful. Okay, that is also. Now the matter is promising you a fortune to do so. Here the people are trying to deviate me from the path of ethics through the temptation. So self control is important. Writing this is known as ethical issues. Here the builder is trying to deviate me from the path of ethics through the temptation. So self control is important. And there is somebody is ready to file a false complaint. So see, there are some of the laws in India are pro women. They're in favor of women so that we can protect them. But it is very unfortunate that some women, I'm not saying all, some women actually are misusing the very law that is there to protect them. This is very unfortunate. Writing this analysis is known as ethical issues. Now, for your information, these slides will be sharing with you. So, keeping these key points, you can write ethical issues. So, disaster or an accident happens. In the above case, actually, there's an accident that has happened. So, but the problem is being faced by the disadvantaged section of society. The builder is giving priority whether to the safety or sustainability or the profit. You can analyze the extra basement. So, here we are talking about extra basement that shows lack of respect or fear towards the law of the land. The public service has a great reputation that we should have a dedication, but the person who has overlooked has negligence. Environmental laws making when they're strict, but coming to implementation, they're not so strict. They're trying to deviate me through temptation, so I should have a self-control. And there is somebody who is ready to file a false complaint. It is the laws are there to protect the weaker section of society, to prevent from injustice, but it is very unfortunate that some women are misusing this. This is called ethical analysis of the case study, critical evaluation of the case study. Whatever we are giving, we are analyzing. In fact, as a civil service aspirant, you are expected to read a newspaper like this. When you read newspaper like this incident happened, you should be able to analyze like this. Now, what are the three options that I would like to choose? Like now, listen to me completely. I will take your doubts. So the option one can be, I will, because builder is ready to give me fortune and everything, so I will take a decision in such a in favoring the builder. So I do investigation and tell that there is no problem with the builder. Builder has done everything fine, but because of some unfortunate incident, it can happen. Sometimes even if everything is good, the problem can happen. So that is my first option. Now, second one, because so many problems are there, I will withdraw from this investigation. I will allot this responsibility to somebody else. And the third one can be, I do the investigation, and whoever is involved, we will will take appropriate action. So, in the previous questions, we have seen the case where they have given the option. When we are choosing, it is advisable to choose the three option. If you choose two, it will become too less. If it is four, it will become too much to write in the 250 words. So it is advisable to choose the three. Now, how to evaluate it? I have given in a key points that you have to evaluate. Even if you write 1 plus 1 minus, that is fine. Now, first, actually favoring the builder. What is the merit of this actually evaluation? If I follow this, what advantages I will get it? It is easy and safe because very powerful people are there. They will protect me. So it is easy and safe. And I can also save the friendship because my senior has given the permission. He might be involved also. These are the merits of this option. But there are people who lost their life actually because of these people mistake. If we follow this, actually we are disrespecting the life of common people. And this is against the Gandhiji's talisman, because Gandhiji's talisman says that you should take a decision that benefit the weaker section, but this option is benefiting the powerful people. And as a ethical person, if I know that I've done a mistake, it lead to the it lead to the crisis of conscience. Withdrawing from the role of investigation, what is the advantages of this? Because I am not dealing with this case, somebody else actually dealing, I may no need to face legal consequences related to the posh act, the prevention of sexual harassment case. But it is called escaping from the responsibility. Because of the fear of consequences, I'm going away from that. It is also against moral courage. And according to the Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, we have to take a decision in such a way that we'll become a role model to others. But this is against this. Now, the third option is we'll be conducting the investigation, and whoever is involved, we will take appropriate action. So, what is the merit of this? It is following integrity. Integrity means ethics in action. It is also right according to the Max Weber bureaucracy model that says that you have to take the decision as per the law of the land. But it would be challenging, and it may be detrimental to my personal growth also, because many powerful people are there, they may transfer me false complaint and everything. That is why facing all this issue will be challenging. This is called options and their evaluation. Finally, I should tell what should I do. So very simple. Now what should I do? There are people who are severely injured, make sure that they will get immediate care. There are people who lost their family members, will there are people who lost their lives, will make sure that their family members will get some compensation. Do the proper investigation, and whoever has done the problem, created the problem, take appropriate action on them. So immediate medical support to the people who is severely injured, compensation to the family who lost their family members, investigation and take appropriate action, maintain transparency and take the decision based on the objectivity. With respect to Posh Act, you believe in the law of the land. There are three things which cannot be long hidden. They are the sun, moon, and the truth. So, to this is your course of action. Finally, what is the conclusion? Respect for the human life is much above the friendship and personal benefits. I will take the required long-term steps to reform the administration to avoid such instances in the future. You see that somebody is using the low-quality material, somebody is constructing extra basement. All this issue to be addressed at the ground level. So many more reforms are required. But now we already answer is 250 words. So it is advisable to end this. Actually, I will take the required long-term steps to prevent the similar incidences from happening in the future. Here, human life is respected actually, which is much above the friendship, because friend is also involved, and personal benefit because I would have got fortune if I followed the wrong path. This is the overall answer. Now, did you understand this question? Did you find it easy or difficult? What is challenging in this question? This is one of the previous year question. Now you ask any doubt that you have related to this question, and I'm very happy to answer. Can you explain departmental investigation? No, it is very, I will explain. So through our department, municipal corporation related department, I am a municipal commissioner, I am that. So whoever is in the investigation team, we conduct investigation in detail, whatever is happened. And then whoever is involved, like builder is a mistake, we will take an action on the builder. Some our senior officer has done a mistake, we will take action on them. Other people, whoever is involved in the scam, we will take action after doing the investigation. Now, just because senior has given the permission, senior may not be wrong also. So whoever is involved, they will all get punishment. That is called that we will find out what is it. That's called investigation. Sir, while invoking Gandhiji's talisman, do we have to delineate in this answer too? If it is required, if you have time, you can write it. Otherwise, you can also write. It is against the Gandhiji's talisman hyphen. Talisman says that we should take a decision that favors the weaker section of society. Or if you do not have a space, actually, you can also say that by helping these corrupt people, we are violating the Mahatma Gandhiji's talisman. Even that is also fine. Hard to elaborate easily. Yes, with practice, you can do this. So these slides will be shared with you. So please go through these slides actually, and then if you have any doubts or something, you can also ask tomorrow. So officially this is a class, but I'll be here for some more time to take, if you have any question, you can ask. Those who do not have any question, suppose you want to leave, you can leave. But otherwise, I'll be staying for some more time until the last person asks the question. It's a good case study according to Sai Krishna. Sir, how do you break down the things? I do break down the things as per the demand of the question. Now it's very simple. The question will clearly ask us whatever is required. So, and we just follow the instruction that is given in the question. PPT issue is not resolved. Okay, Madhu. I'm sorry once again. So that means to tell the reconfirm the present PPT that we have discussed. Have you not received, Madhu? What is your exact PPT issue, Madhu? Annotation received. So you are in or receiving? No. So and in annotation also PPTs will be there. So Sai Krishna wants to know how integrity is involved in this case. So what is integrity, Sai Krishna? Doing the right thing. As a municipal commissioner, what did you do the right thing? Conducting investigation, taking action. Though there is temptation, though there is pressure, you did not get influenced by the temptation, did not get succumbed to the pressure. You did whatever is right, and that's called integrity. And that's why integrity is written. Hope you got it, Chitturi. Sai Krishna. What is ethical issue? How to identify them? That's what I did explain. This is ethical issue. By reading the case studies and practicing the case studies, we can identify them. Last answer is conclusion. Yes, last answer is conclusion. PPTs are being uploaded late. Okay, that is the issue. Okay, we'll tell them. Last point of issue of ethanol value. What is this ethanol value, Ganesh? Module PPT also you required. So that should be shared, before. Okay. Annotated PPT is missing. So ethics actually, even suppose you do not have the PPTs before, still good, because you will participate. You will, read now, understand now. It is still good. Tell me about two more useful thinker. We have told few thinker, but if you want to know two more thinker, the very purpose of this is actually you as a civil service aspirant should decide which is good. That is why I suggested School of Life. School of Life. Please go through this YouTube channel and you decide which are the two thinkers that you feel appropriate. Then you will become the real civil service aspirant. Okay. Sushmit. Sir, I haven't asked the question. The question asked by someone else whose name is also Chittu. Okay, it's fine. So then I'm referring to that person only, Chitturi. Okay, no problem. Okay, sometimes this confusion happens. So not only would. Okay, Shweta. Thank you, Anshu. Sir, you have best lecturer I've seen in the whole syllabus. All this sir is not allowed to commenting, so I have neglected all classes. I started to listen only your classes, so interesting and commendable. Konatham. Thank you, Konatham. In fact, especially ethics requires the discussion. It is not that I say and you listen. We need to see your perspective and clarify everything. So Ganesh, if your issue is not resolved, like your question is not resolved, please type it again completely so that I'll get clarity. Hmm. See, yes, Neha, actually you have understood. No, that is what happens in the classroom. So now after all the completion of the class also, it is only 30% of preparation. 70% is you, how do you observe this? How do you practice? You have to learn few more things actually. Then practice and get feedback from them and then improve. That is all their 70%. Don't worry, by the time you write actual mains and there are so many things will be happening, so you will become a Sneha 2.0. You will learn a lot. For now, if you are understanding, that is fine. So let's we go step by step, Sneha. Okay. Gayatri, no, I'm not taking governance class actually. I will talk about ethics in governance that is there in our syllabus. The other faculty will take the governance related to polity. Thanks, mother. Thank you, Mahima. Rashida. Yes, class is over, Rashida. I'm just answering the doubts. If you are curious, you can listen. Otherwise, class is over. Day and night difference in the teaching. What is this day and night difference in teaching test, the Sushmit? Regarding the books, actually, see, Konathan, you no need to read too many books. Actually, I told you just refer to my blog that I've been telling ethics and essay by Sri. Or you want to buy book? Actually, buy only one book. That is book that is given by written by DK Balaji. If you just type DK Balaji ethics, you will get it. He is an IAS officer. He has cleared this examination, so definitely, and then become IAS officer. And whatever the note that he made, he improved and made it as a book. Very simple and good book actually. So refer to only one reference book, either my blog or the book actually, and then attend our classes. That is sufficient. On the last day, I will give you few more information. Last point of ethical issues in the ethical value. So what is this actually? The last point in the ethical issues actually, the like there is some woman who is ready to file a false complaint that is given in the question. So what we are writing in India or in generally the laws are made to protect the weaker section of society. Women in generally compared to the men are considered to be the weaker section actually, and in generally we have many laws to protect the weaker section. If you don't want to write weaker section, you can also write in India, some of the laws are pro women. You can use the word pro women. So to benefit them, but it is very unfortunate that some women are misusing. That is what we mean in this last point. If you are writing the last point here, actually, so if you are writing ethical issues in the given situation, you need to identify if there is any conflicts are there, any dilemmas are there, any questions are there. Is it really right? That is right, actually. Any topics, problems, debates, all of this you can write it in the ethical issues. Sir, how can we apply these abstract things in our lives? Just read and forget to apply oftenly. So we need to apply actually because you understand what is empathy. Whenever you are getting angry and somebody try to empathize from their situation, what you would have done in their situation. Suppose there's some done something differently. Okay, why everybody should think the same way that I'm thinking, do the same thing that I'm doing? It's okay, right? Even if they follow the other paths, in that way you should apply. Is it possible to change aptitude in 20s? Normally, we cannot change aptitude. We can only identify the aptitude and work on it. Or we may follow the second step, that is working hard and getting it. I'm not sure about the other classes, Rashida, so I cannot update on that. Thank you, Sushmit. Understood. Yes, Shweta, I understood. We'll talk to the appropriate people. So you are able to understand, but when somebody asks, actually, you will forget. So don't worry, we are in the initial stages actually, forget some facts. So facts, names and all as human beings will forget. So if you are forgetting, that shows that you are a human being. If you are remembering everything that you study is the fact, then you should wonder, am I a superwoman or something? If you are forgetting, then you are a common human being like many other 99% of the people. So it's just that you have to keep recalling, think again and again, talk to other people. Whenever you are free, have that bit and look at it actually, so that you can remember actually. Just practice, try to recall whenever you are free, whenever you get any context related to that, try to recall. Understood, man. Understood. Yes, friends. So these are all the discussion for today. Hope that today's discussion was beneficial for you. Thank you for your cooperation. Please go through it and revise whatever we have discussed. If any other concerns that you are having, we will start tomorrow and have a discussion on that. Thank you. Thank you for your participation.